side because a bunch of people on YouTube are like, where are you? Look, man, it's hard. YouTube makes this all hard. This one. All right. Yeah, so if you look, because people asked me yesterday, like, what mods we're running. These aren't mods. These are the DLC, the McDon and the NEXAT. Technically, I also have the CR11 DLC, but it just doesn't show up here for whatever reason. We also have the unlimited color. It just lets me change the color of the tractor. It doesn't do anything functional. I might add additional field information. Heck with it, we'll add that. And I do have universal autoloader. This just gives you information about your fields and like how many hectares they are, the estimated payout of the field, you know, some kind of stuff like that. So it's a useful mod. It doesn't give you any type of distinct advantage. I mean, okay, arguably having more information to be like, should I buy field A or B could be argued as an advantage, but that's kind of splitting hairs. It's probably not significant. It's not one of these things where it's like, mod, government subsidy, where you just get a, you know, payout every month, or mod, you know, here's this tractor. It can do every process at like 30 miles an hour, and it can equip a tool that's got like 100 meters wide or some nonsense. Like, there are some silly mods out there, which, again, no judgment if you use them, but very clearly one would look at that and be like, that mod distinctly gives you an advantage. Yes. Yes, it does. Yeah, so we're gonna pop in here. As I was mentioning before we went live on the YouTube side, yesterday's stream was very productive. We have the NEXAT. We've got, I believe, 4 or 5 attachments for it. We can do like the seeding and the harvesting and all that with the NEXAT. We do also have horrific debt. But the focus I think I'm going to have in today's stream so far as getting everything going is that I am going to be putting effort into trying to, one, make sure I can do my entire field with the NEXAT. I think literally all I'm really missing is the cultivator. Oh, ignore that being outside. I need to get the NEXAT in on this. Yeah, so if you go over here, we've got the NEXAT. I've got the harvesting implements, and over there's the seeding implements. So you've got all that. The chickens have been doing really well. I believe we just... Oh, right, it's all in the trailer still. Yeah, so I've got all this stuff set up. Alright, that's fine. We'll have to wait. Do we have any sales going on? Oh yeah, there's the McDon front. Is that the actual... Well, no, because if I use that front... Yeah, and if I use that front, I gotta pick it up separately. Let's... As much as I wanted to do the McDon in the last one, with us using the NEXAT, it kind of makes the McDon not worth messing with. I'm not driving half across the... Okay, you've sold me. I was gonna say, I'm not gonna drive half across the map for 1,400 bucks. $8,000 though. $8,000 we're talking. For cutting grass, it's good. Yeah, no, it's really, really fast, and it's got a very large header. You just have to go in behind with a separate vehicle to then collect the grass. Well, how is first? So, how is our finances? It's bad, right? Yeah, 395,000 in debt. Our chickens are happy. Our greenhouses are happy. It's worth it for us to potentially go after this canola. We can go for the 8,000 from that canola. We have this tiny little field right next to us. Or up a little ways. Yeah, because then we could just sell that. We'll probably score 9,000. I'm just fast-forwarding time for a minute to get us out of the rain. So get the NEXAT doing its thing. I almost feel like they need to give us a little extra wiggle room just to make this not quite as much of a pain to work with. Okay. How long is it supposed to rain for, by the way? Oh, it's supposed to stop raining like any time now. No, wait, is that right? Yeah, 10? We can go ahead and grab that big contract down there. All right. But yeah, so we're going to run down here and get that contract going, because that'll be basically 2 more loan payments knocked out. Alright, so technically we're supposed to be in sunny now. Sometimes it just takes the weather a little while longer to switch over. We're not in any hurry that this day is going to end too soon. I apparently just got paid from something. Oh, it'd be the greenhouses. Yeah, that works. Okay, so now we're back to the default time. As you can see, the NEXAT's actually moving at an okay speed. It just feels so slow because it's such a giant vehicle. Like, don't get me wrong, we got tractors that can get up to like 27. But this isn't going real slow. Alright. So I'm going to probably hand this one over to the AI to deal with. It is not good at the NEXAT, by the way. When you get to hedgerows, it does a real bad job. Okay, so I'm gonna go in here. So I need to get this on the field so it counts. I'm gonna see if I can't just eliminate the hedgerows. I think that might help the AI not be as bad at it. Okay. Cool. Let's see what happens with that. Work the headlands off. I don't know what you're gonna do, we're gonna find out. Anyways, with all that, so you can drop off your tiny little bit there. That's enough that now that'll empty out there. We can go ahead and fill up the water and all that. But yeah, so I think the things we want to work on is we want to get our ability to get grass sorted out. If we were to go the route of the McDon, what I would want to do is get the McDon, get the mower header, but then separately I would probably want to get a vehicle with the tedder. The thing that, or was it the tedder? No, it was the windrower. Wait, which one was it? Actually, I gotta remember if the McDon. I don't think the McDon. Well, no, because it's literally a windrower. Yeah, so the McDon should be able to leave the grass in piles, and then go after it with a baler on the tractor. Should be a thing. Because if we go that route, that's the thing that's holding me up from being able to do any of the other animals, is I need to be able to get grass. So I would need something I can mow the grass with and collect those grass clippings for the animals. That's one part of it. You've been literally sitting there not working. Alright, that's fine. It's fast enough we can just do it ourselves. I just wanted to quickly get some stuff done before we jumped on this. Because also I'm a little worried that it might be there's enough here. That I might end up wanting to, sorry. There was other process I wanted to potentially get done, like I mentioned with that. That was fine. So I'm definitely finding the AI and the NEXAT do not get along very well. But yeah, so we can harvest the canola. We'll get the 8,000. I'll probably ignore the other fields and only use the NEXAT when we got like a contract for $4,000 or more, and in our own fields. Just because, as cumbersome as it is, it almost feels like it's not worth it to drive it across the map and deal. Meanwhile, we can go over here, repay a little bit of that loan. Yeah, so like that one, if it was a crop, we would potentially do it. Alright, well, we're probably doing that one there, because that's another 6,000. It's fine. Alright, so that's a long field. That's going to take it a hot minute. Right, so let's look at the McDon and what we've got here. So the McDon's a windrower. Yeah, so this is the combine thresher. So this is the attachment we would want. Now, what I'm trying to remember with this thing is, does it center it when we mow? Oh, right, I have... Okay. I can get rid of that. It'll take me a moment. Because, yeah, I don't need to have that extension. Usually I don't keep extensions installed very long unless it's going to be a thing I'm going to be using a long time. Extensions. Where is... My extensions? There we go. My extensions. Deactivate 2 point. Cool. Okay. Hey, Bass, how's it going? No, don't do that. Alright. Let's turn this around. But yeah, the NEXAT definitely feels like one we want to go there. What happened to your streak? I don't know. The streaks bug out a lot, so it does happen. So I'm sorry to hear that you lost your stream streak. But congratulations on your 5 stream streak getting started on that one. Yeah, so we can go ahead and get this going. This one will get me like 7,000. We can go do the other one. We'll get us in our 6,000. And that should be able to knock down a little bit more of that debt. Because right now we're paying like $1,000+ a month for our debt. So we definitely need to get that knocked down. But what I was saying is, so it looks like that one is the one thing I'm trying to remember. So you're 5 meters wide. What are the other mowers like? Because I'm trying to remember what. You got that monstrosity, which is way out of our budget. You can get these back extensions and all that. But if I remember correctly, those you have to follow them with a windrower to put them back together. Because you got the windrowers here. So I'm assuming we actually do want the McDon, just for the purposes of we can use it to do the mowing and all that. Is it difficult to handle? This thing, it's not the best. It is a bit funky in the shape. The AI struggles with it a little bit. Moving forward, if you kind of be like, here's my right wheel, I'm going to line up with my right wheel kind of thing, it can be pretty okay to line up. But it doesn't handle not flat terrain very well. It's big and cumbersome. So it's not a bad tool necessarily, but it's definitely got a lot of drawbacks. Yeah, so it should be able to go down this stripe, and then down the other way. Is it slower? So, no, honestly, it's very comparable to a lot of the other harvesters. That almost all the harvesters harvest at about 6 miles an hour. This one apparently could do 7, but that's not really enough to care about. 1 mile per hour isn't really going to be relevant. One advantage it does have is out of all the harvesters, it has the largest capacity. It can hold something like 33,000 liters of harvest inside its hopper. And I think the next biggest one is 20,000. So it does have a bigger hopper than literally any of the other harvesters in the game. But that's usually not that big of an important deal. You do lose a little bit of your efficiency, just like you saw. Like the turning around is a little weird. And then again, the AI definitely feels like it struggles with it, because it's like, how many vehicles do we even have in Farm Sim that are wide and short? This might be the only one. If there's like, there might be one or two I'm forgetting. And job building up their streak again. At 60 stream streak. So thank you so much for that. But yeah. No, stream streaks definitely break a lot. So it's like, it's got its pros, it's got its cons. Like, it does seem to struggle when you're on any type. So like, just going uphill seems fine. But when we're in a situation like this where it's like a little bit sloped, at least with the harvester, it does seem to slow down like it's running into something. Because it shouldn't be a horsepower issue. The thing is like 600 horsepower. I kind of feel like, regardless if it's realistic, they kind of probably should bump a few of those numbers to make it a little bit smoother. And I really do feel like where we've got those three the separations, if you look at the harvester header on there, I almost feel like they should let that pivot just a little bit, just to make it not quite as sensitive to terrain. It would still definitely have limitations on what it could do with, you know, all-terrain and whatnot. Because it's just this big, like, this big, wide thing. But in a lot of ways, it's just so much of a drawback that I could see a lot of people, you know, saving up the in-game money to get what they see as, like, the last vehicle they'll ever need. And then going back to just a regular old big tractor and regular old big harvester. Because while this does have some advantages, it's got a lot of disadvantages. I do think I might snag the McDon header. 27,000. I'm going to snag that McDon header. We'll plan to use that for the grass. So we can go... because it's on sale roughly half off. So the McDon is how we're going to be mowing the grass. That's the plan. For that, the McDon itself... I'm hitting all the wrong buttons, don't mind me. The McDon itself is 135,000. I don't plan on buying that right now. I don't, like, it's not a priority purchase. It's just while it's coming by on discount, I'm just going to go ahead and snag it. Where is the grass? I'll have to buy a field. I'm just snagging that piece of equipment because we happen to have, you know, we happen to have it on sale half off. But yeah, my intention, I think, for dealing with the grass is that we go up here to the area I own. I think field 44 over here. I think this area here I'm going to make into where I get my grass. Are you playing in hard mode? Not at the moment. So normally I play hard mode, no loans, no leases, all that kind of stuff. We are doing Dare Drop right now. So like these objectives over here on the left, Each one of those I finish, I'm getting a key for the game as well as the NEXAT DLC to give out to the community. We've already, so we started with a total of 7 different objectives to work on. We've completed 3 of them. And while you only see 3 over there, that's technically 4, because one of my objectives is earn $1 million. So that top objective, if I earn $1 million on the production line, you know, by that nature, we will have earned $1 million. So one objective completely eclipses the other. I'm hoping I have enough storage in my silo for the barley, because otherwise he may have goofed. I don't think we do. I think that's okay, though. What I could probably do is sell what a little bit doesn't fit in there, and I think that'll be fine. We won't get a good price for it, but I think the money we will get from the canola contract will more than make up the difference. No, it'll all fit. It's 75,000 is what this stored. For some reason, my head I had it as 30,000. Okay, so I gotta run down there and empty out the harvester. I'll try the next field. I'm gonna see what we can do to like tweak the AI settings on the NEXAT, just to try and get it so that we can hand it to the AI and at least have it have some limited success. Because if I have to always manually do it, that's fine. But as we grow the farm and I need to be working on a bunch of different things, that'll become a significant burden if that's the case. Because there's definitely a point where you're like, hey, I got this giant field to deal with. Like, let's multitask this. AI, you deal with harvesting. I'll deal with collecting what you harvest and, you know, taking where it needs to be. All right. But yeah, normally I play on hard economy settings, because even on the hard economy settings, it makes your startup slower, and I do like slow burn startups in games. I do like the challenge of that. But once you get going, it's not that different. Like, yeah, the speed of which you can grow your farm is slower. But it's just that initial, okay, I've got like the saddest little tractor with the saddest little plow and the saddest little seeder, and, you know, technically I'm able to grow stuff, but like it's really, really rough. I still feel like the NEXAT looks like a big laminator just rolling across. Like, just, I almost just expect to see plastic coming off the back just covering up the field. Or like it's one of those in trash can paper treaders where you just put like the thing there and you put the paper and it just feeds it through the bottom. It looks like something for office supplies. It doesn't look like a tractor. Now, if you look at the front, you see the harvester. Then the illusion kind of goes away. But you turn it like that. That's a laminator, an embosser, or some type of like what do they call it? The thermal printer. Like thermal printer or something like that. That's what that looks like to me. Yeah, so the next field we gotta do, I don't think we can avoid the headlands entirely. The AI just went, I don't know. Because the problem we ran with the headlands with the NEXAT is because it's such a squatty and wide vehicle with the way they've got the AI programmed. If, say like I'm doing like this and I'm turning right each time, it'll leave like, not quite the width of it, but like half the width of it, and just a couple of feet deep a little box of crop it misses every single time. And it's not that bad, because even if you get it to do, like, the whole field, it just means I go to each corner, I kind of just go in a straight line towards, like, the diagonal of the corner at that last little stretch, and just pick up that little bit. It's also only missing a small percentage of the field, but it is one of those things where you're just kind of like, alright, but really all you need to do is back up an extra foot or two, and you're good. I do wonder, like, I've never looked into how they do the AI in the game. I do wonder if it is a thing that they would be able to go into the AI specifically for the NEXAT and go, okay, this one vehicle, all we're doing is we're just taking the instructions of the AI and fudging this one number to make it play nice. Because that's all they need to do, is when it does the rotation for the headland, instead of backing up like the 1-2 feet, it would just need to back up a little farther. Because I think what's happening is it's backing up the length of the vehicle as it's estimated, and it's just not considering the header properly, and so it's just a little off. Okay, and while you're getting into position, we had another really good contract here. And it's right down here, too. Yeah, these fields way down here seem pretty respectable output. Honestly, if we were just looking to say, like, hey, we need a cash crop and a lot of it, I'd probably want to buy, like, not the fields on this side, but those 4 fields in front of me, combine them all into just one massive field, and that'd probably be pretty good. Okay, so we've got the canola. Now let's roll over here to this wheat. Alright, let's try changing the AI again. AI worker. We do want a headland. I mean, it looks like I can't really change it. If I turn the headland on, it doesn't let me choose how many headland lanes. Oh, still on this. So AI worker. Yeah, I can make it more. I wish I could make it less headlands. Okay, that's fine. Have a good time. So I am noticing what I was trying to figure out what the sound was yesterday. I was like, am I hearing a dog yelping? And I was like losing my mind because, like, wait a second, I'm hearing what sounds like a dog yelping on my headset. And it's like, but that I'm not listening to another stream right now while I'm streaming. What am I hearing? It's apparently that's me engaging and disengaging the harvester. That's like a little metal squeak. Which I'd be pretty pissed off if I spent over $1 million on a piece of hardware in real life. And every time I turned it on, I was like the metal was scraping together. It'd be like, come on, man. You over-engineers the crap out of this. Could you not get that measurement right? Where am I taking this canola, by the way? It's all going to this place, so that's fine. And we're not going to try and save any of this crop for, like, extra bonus shenanigans. We're selling it. We're getting our cash. We're moving on. Alright. And 52, 51, 53 would be another good set of fields to buy and combine. Out of the way, little car. I got things to do. This is weird. I thought this said it was a grain mill. What are you gonna do with canola at a grain mill? You make oil with that. Hey, whatever. Not my problem. Ooh, I got an extra 6,000 bonus? Okay. That's good. So that's not even the contract itself. Normally you don't get that much on top. Did they buff canola? Because it was one of those things that when Farm Sim 25 first released, canola was terrible. Like they straight up, you know, nuked from orbits level of made the money bad on it. Because like canola was always okay. But like it got utterly eviscerated as far as the wealth you get. It was one of the worst performing ones. Where's the Suba? What are you talking about? Oh, I forgot to start the counter. Hey, my yep. So that time's wrong. Ignore that time. You're all getting a free hour, by the way, because I forgot to do that. So that's on me. I forgot to start it, so you're getting a free hour because I only now set the time. So, well, not quite hour, 50 minutes. Well, actually, realistically, with the intro, you probably got like 15, 20 minutes for free because I forgot to start it. That's on me. Because we did end yesterday's stream with 23 hours and 28 minutes is what the end of yesterday's stream, the timer was at. Because I went super late last night. Yeah, but thank you for bringing it up, because I would have been really upset if we got like 4 hours into stream and I hadn't started it. Which realistically, the way that would have played out is I would have had to just do the math. Like, sit here, do the math, be like, how long was the stream going, yada yada, all that kind of stuff. So you're working on that. We can cash that in. You're working on this. Yeah, so that little 2,500 contract I probably won't worry about, because that's way out of the way. That one, you know, it's another one of those ones that doesn't pay much, it's way out of the way. That one's a little ways out of the way, but also doesn't pay much. I'm gonna probably have myself have, like, let's say $4,000 for me to stop and get my equipment and deal with it. It's gotta give me at least $4,000. If it gives me $4,000 and I got the, oh, tedder grass? I didn't realize you could get tedder grass contracts. It gives me like the extra 4,000 bucks. I'm willing to talk. So far, it seems to be doing okay this time. Oh, you know what it might be? It might be if it goes like clockwise versus counterclockwise. One way it does well. So let's aim to have the shoot towards the inside, because this is working fine. Whereas, I believe we were going the other way around, where the pipe was on the outside, that it kept missing a chunk. That's... I don't know what you're doing right now. Oh, right. They're trying to turn around without going outside the perimeter. Alright, so, yeah, let's, for the future, let's always plan to, use the harvester with the pipe facing towards the middle. That's not going to be good for me having to pick up as we go, but anytime the AI, I want to hand it over, it looks like it can handle that. Versus when I had it the other way, it was doing a real bad job. Yep, we got to where it's doesn't have anything in its reserves, so I want to get out of its way. Yeah, so you're gonna turn around there, and you're gonna do one more pass this way. Let's circle around the field, and it'll get on its next pass coming the direction it's moving right now. Because with that, we should be able to get the last of that in, and that'll be another, like, $6,000 from the contract. And like I said, that last contract, we did the field on the far end there. We got an extra on the top, like, almost $7,000 for the crop. Which, you definitely usually will get an extra bonus from the crop by having these things do their contracts or whatever. But that's probably the most I've seen just as an added, like, literally getting paid more than the initial contract in the bonus crop. That was just the 20% of the yield or whatever it is that I didn't actually need to turn in. I will say it takes itself a minute to sort itself out. Yeah, I feel like with the NEXAT, it's so close to actually being a really good vehicle. Like, if the AI could just handle it a little bit better, that would be incredible. If it just had a slightest bit more flexibility when dealing with not flat terrain, that would be an incredible bonus to it. Like, all these things, it's like you're so close to actually being really good, but all these, like, little pain points. I do think if you are trying to have, like, a properly efficient farm and farm sim, you are just better off using, like, you're better off just going in here, going, boom, I would like one of these tractors to do, like, the giant cultivator or whatever, you know, for your harvester. Any of these ones are the $7,400 ones. Any of those are just as good. Like, you look at all of these, they have, like, minor horsepower differences, minor capacity differences. There's pros and cons with a bunch of them. Like, this one has a higher top speed, that one, you know, those three I'll have, like, the same thing. That's the same one. But, like, they're really, those three, it's mostly preference at that point. Like, I feel like you'd be better served doing that kind of thing, is just getting a massive tractor and then getting the biggest piece of equipment available. Some of the only places I think the NEXAT has a lead is, if I remember correctly, if we go to the cultivators, the really big cultivators here, the ones that are somewhat larger than the NEXAT moves at 11 miles per hour while it's cultivating. So, and that's the same size. So the NEXAT's cultivator is about that size, but faster. I think that's the one stat, the one place the NEXAT just has a lead, is for the cultivator. What are you doing? Why would you do this to me? For just the cultivator, it just happens to be that much better. Hey, Brad, how's it going? Like, the cultivator, and there's probably other ones in there, like maybe the weeder or something else that it might be better at. But for the harvester, it just feels like you're better off just getting one of the other combines. For the seeder, I think the other seeders might be better too. I need to speed up a little. So I'm going to need to turn that thing around and snipe just the end of that field where it missed. What are you doing right now? Oh, right, because it considers it 3 layers of head rows. That's the left-right head row. That's the reason it stopped. I see. So is it going to nick that little head row, and it's going to go all the way to the other side of the field, and then nick the other little head row? What are you doing? Just stop. Just stop. It's right there, buddy. Yeah, like I said, there's just... I think it boils down that the AI is, like, committed to doing all the head rows. I think if we were able to take this thing and say, hey, just one head row, I think it would work way better. Or even just don't head row, just go back and forth. Yeah, we might run back into the old AI problems where it tries to turn around at the edge of the field and gets stuck on literally everything. But I think for this particular vehicle, we kind of need that extra layer of configurability just because it's such an odd-shaped vehicle. Like, for you using it, it's no problem because you can choose to drive outside the border of the field and, you know, do your stuff really quickly. All right. And no new contracts that I cannot live without. Yeah, all those other contracts are either crops I don't want to do or not enough to be worth my time. Honestly, with as much as this is a pain to travel with, I think wherever I finish the last job with it, I'm just going to leave it there until I have another job, versus driving it home to just drive it back out again. Okay, so we just drop this off at the grain mill as well. Get our pay. And then we can probably, like, literally, we'll probably have made enough to pay for that McDonald header we grabbed. Getting ourselves ready for being able to do the grass. Okay. This track that we have the music playing right now, because of how much Factorio we did with this playlist, when I hear this, I think of, what was the planet? Greba? The molding planet in Factorio. Every time I hear of it, I just think of that planet. Because that's when I think that's around the time I really started listening to this playlist. And it's just mentally I've associated the two together for whatever reason that I honestly couldn't give you an answer specifically why I've associated the two. They just are. Alright, so with that, we can also turn in the contract. And that's 5 payments. And those aren't bad contracts. Basically being able to land over $20,000 for just a couple minutes of work, 10, 15 minutes of work. Right. We haven't seen that. Feels like, oh no, the weeds. Right. We're in the. We haven't planted yet, but we have harvested. For right now, let's just drop this trailer here. So the chickens are hungry. Or I have our contract. At the rate we're going, I might end up wanting a second truck run too, which is something I haven't had to do in a run before. Okay, no new sales. The contracts. Nothing we care about here. The greenhouses are fine, and the animals are fine. Cool. Alright, let's advance, because it's September we plant. Alright. It'll probably also be a thing that once we start getting the other animals in here, we'll probably want a warehouse, just because everything's going to kind of come up due at their own times. Yeah, so we're paying $1,300 in interest in in-game month. Okay, so you're fine for 2 seconds. That's carrots. We can't do that with the NEXAT, so none of the contracts are any good for us. We can grab the eggs. I need to get the grain going here. Sorry, get the barley to the chickens. And I don't believe I can take the... Well, maybe I can make it. We'll see. We'll see if I can't turn this sharp enough to the right to set it up in position at the chickens. That's fine. And I need to get you back over here. In a position to keep collecting the eggs. Alright, no sales, no contracts I care about, animals are fine, greenhouses are fine, so we'll advance the month. And where last month I got to pay off a whole lot of loan, this month we didn't get to pay any off because the loan payments are eating enough into our greenhouse profits that I'm not getting a full loan payment a day. So that kind of sucks. But that's okay. Come November, we end up getting like 9 loan payments all at once. Or actually, no, it's more than that, because it's 55,000, so it'd be 11. So we can knock it down a lot all at one go. Stupid game. That's another NEXAT piece I need. Alright. I don't know if we can even make that happen. Alright, let's, So we look at our loan. I can make it happen. Yep, I can make it happen. Alright. So. This is going to be a very expensive situation. Then go here, get that while it's on sale. So that's the container for the slurry. Alright, so I need to bring you up this way. Actually, order of operations here. You still have to cultivate. I don't have the NEXAT's cultivator yet. I'll get you working on that using the AI while I go grab the NEXAT and try and bring it up here. Sort yourself out, I don't care. Okay. So I gotta bring this up here because I will need it to do the seeding. Well, actually, before we get to that, is there any amazing contracts down here before we go up? Not really. Yeah, all these contracts suck. Okay. So for those who missed it, we just got ourselves another piece for the NEXAT. We got the slurry tank. But we have maximized our debt. Like, literally, I cannot borrow more money. So that's not really helping on the debt side, but is progressing our objectives on the other side. Yep, cannot borrow anymore. But again, that's another piece of equipment that I don't have to buy later for the dare drop, so it's fine. It does mean we're going to be about $1,500 a month interest payments, which I'm not super thrilled about. But buying it that way does ultimately save me almost $100,000 and some change. So unless we manage to go 10 years without paying down that loan and all that. The guys with the baseball bats are on their way to take out your knees. No, man, I'm good with it. As long as I keep making my payments, it's okay. We don't need to go there. It's fine. And I've been deliberately making all of the stuff that the NEXAT equipment facing the same way, so that I don't have to guess or figure out or anything the orientation on all these things. Just pull straight up this way. Give myself space to work. We can drive right over here. Drop that. Back off. Drop that. Back off. Go back to travel mode. I'll grab the slurry tank and just move it over here. Like, I could see buying an entire plot of land that you could, like, have a very sizable field on, and it being just where you store your equipment for the NEXAT. Hey, Lego. Now, I think what I've learned from the last couple times is I need this to be facing the other way for when we buy it. They all seem to be dropping in the orientation where I need to be facing that way. So we're just going to do a little bit of a roundabout here. We'll grab the slurry container. And then if I'm wrong, we get the awkward time to turn around in this vehicle. That's huge. Oh, nope, that's not what I want. I want to... I want to go into travel mode. I guess we don't get to travel mode with this. This... Oh, I bet you have to switch here. Ah, so that's a different thing. We haven't run into that before. If I switch to the slurry container, the thing I need to... Like, the button for travel mode goes away and becomes something for configuring the slurry maker. That's fine. I'll just have to be mindful of when I have it equipped versus the other thing. Okay, we can drop this off. And we'll need to switch back into travel mode, reposition to the cedar. I'm clearly trying to go and move over here, little car. So grab this. I think my other vehicle over there might have the fertilizer in it, so I might have to get that out of there. We'll see. Okay. So I still seem to have plenty of seeds in here. That's good news. Fertilizer doesn't look like I've got much in there, though. As in any at all. And like I said, I think that's because the fertilizer is in my tipped over vehicle over there. In this particular case, I'm probably just gonna buy more. Get like 2 containers of it, should be plenty for our field. I'm pretty sure that's lime over there. That's not what I wanted to do, it's what I did though. Let's get back on the barley. Okay, so I need 2 containers of this. Load up the seeds and all that. And that's the fertilizer over there. Get the fertilizer. I feel like I need more seeds than that too. Which again is not going to be great because I cannot physically take any more of a loan than I already have. But
thank you, Chester LaRue, for subscribing for 17 months.
Hey, Chester LaRue.
Cheers, Rual.
Thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. You'll get one of those a month to use it here, and I really do appreciate that. So thank you so much for that. I do hope you have been having a good time and all that stuff, and I hope you've been enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. It's been 17 months. It's been a while. So thank you so much for that support. All right, so let's hope that's enough fertilizer because I literally cannot buy more. Meanwhile, let's just go ahead and get you over here. Alright, you've already dealt with. Let's check all our other stuff real fast before I worry about trying to deal with that. So harvesting contracts, do we have any really good ones? The sorghum wouldn't be terrible. I don't think we do it because it's a little out of the way, though. Alright, so I'm going to take this over. Try and save a little bit of money on the worker since I've done what I can work on in the meantime. But I mean, that worker basically got 90% of this field done while I was like fussing around, getting everything in position, getting all that stuff moved about. The only big concern is if we need to put down lime. That'd be a problem. Because I can't borrow any more money. Alright. And that was literally the last of it that wasn't a header field or a header row. Sell some eggs? That's what I'd probably have to do. If it does end up needing lime, I'll probably have to sell the eggs. We won't get the best cut for them. We won't get a bad cut for them. Like if we look at the egg prices going on here. Oh, actually, we'll probably get... I mean, it's not the worst. This area is the worst, but that's pretty bad. Versus if we waited one more month, we would get... We'd get a good chunk. But, I mean, it would still be worth doing. It's still worth me trying to sell some of the eggs. To make the lime happen. Because not doing the lime would cost us about 15% of the productivity. Or the output of the field. 15% is a pretty big chunk to give up. So it's kind of one of those things. I could lose like 30% of the money we get from the... I'm actually wondering if it is worth it. So, like, if we could split the eggs out easily and sell just, like, a stack or two, that'd probably be okay. But because I am using autoloader, that's... Unless I go in there with the, What I could always do is drop the eggs and approach just enough that it detects any of them and pick up, like, 1 or 2 stacks. If it comes down to it. I'm hoping it won't. It'll make my life easy if I don't have to worry about it. No, actually, you know what? Well, no, because I'll need a decent amount of lime. Never mind. I was going to say, lime's not as expensive, like, right, but I will probably need, like, 2, 3, 4 containers to do this whole field. Yeah, so we're just doing these header fields real fast. I'll take a look to see if I need to do the lime or not. That'll all be good either way. Should probably have not parked that right there. Okay. Yes, we got. Then we just gotta do this outside row, and then that'll be cultivated. Then we can take the NEXAT and do it. You was watching a few years ago. How have you been? You recall correctly, you used to play Zomboid. What made you switch to Farm Sim? I'm a variety content creator. I've always played a mix. So it's not that I've said, hey, no more Zomboid. Now we Farm Sim. I've always done a mix of games. Zomboid was on the schedule a whole lot. A big part of that is honestly I was burning out. I set a world record in the game, and then just kind of getting that world record just required such a time dedication. I burned out on the game pretty bad. Yeah, no, you're all good. But yeah, no, I've always played like RimWorld and Zomboid. I've always been pretty big on the channel. We've done like Auction Not Included. I've done a lot of simulation like American Truck Simulator, Farming Simulator. We did some SnowRunner recently. We've also done a lot of like slice of life sim games, so you know your Stardew Valleys, Coral Islands, those kind of games. Did a bunch of Sunhaven back before all the controversy around Sunhaven, and all that good stuff. But yeah, no, I've done variety. Now don't get me wrong, for a while Zomboid was a very heavy part of my schedule, especially when I was doing my partner push a couple years back, because it was like that was when Project Zomboid was performing at its absolute best. Like right when Build 41 came out with multiplayer, like that was like the time to be in the category. And Build 42 releasing was pretty good as well. But you know, that big surge of viewership has already started to wind down quite a bit, which is fine. That's just the nature of the beast. And I'm still a little burnt on it. Like, it was one of those things. I played for a good couple months, a decent amount, when Build 42 dropped and had a fun time, but I was starting to burn out again towards the end. So I'm kind of in the... I'm going to wait till it's, not, like, it'll still probably be in stable branch, but, like, it's closer to stable, and maybe circle back and do some. Where I've had a lot of people ask me if I wanted to do the rat race. I was like, nah, I'm good. I've done Lamprey's really sweaty try-hard settings before, and they're fun, but they're pretty grindy. What is a rat race in Project Zomboid anyway? It's basically setting up the game to be as nearly as difficult as you can, giving yourself like... So they take like the muscle strain, I think it's a 2 or 3 times muscle strain, so make the muscle strain far worse than it is by default. 16 times population zombies. I don't know all the settings on top of my head because I haven't looked into it specifically, but I remember hearing about when they were in the planning phases of like what settings they're doing. Basically, it's taking Project Zomboid and really... So most of your usual settings... Well, I haven't run the turning up the muscle strain above what it normally is. I don't turn mine down, but, you know, making it more severe. I want to say they also take the abundance of foraging and fishing and crank it down to its minimum setting, and take the loot and crank it down to a really low setting. So it is a thing about doing that. And I've played that way before Build 42. I haven't done that since Build 42. But like, I used to play a lot on Mr. Lamprey would host these permadeath servers with those kind of settings. And so I played those a number of times. And, you know, found pretty good success in them while I was doing them. But it is definitely like a real sweaty way of playing. You really hope they rework the muscle strain mechanic? It's silly to have level 8 short blood and still get muscle strain because you're using short blade. No, I'm okay with that. I actually, to be honest, I do think muscle strain should be worse than it is. And I know that's probably an unpopular take. But right now, once you start getting to like level 4 and 5 in weapons, usually muscle strain is like a non-mechanic at that level. Need to put you in a so-called quarter? You apologize? Oh, no, you're good. I used to play a lot, so like it's totally fair. It's totally fair to be like, oh yeah, I used to play that all the time. I was like, yep, that's a fact. Yeah, no, I didn't take it as like you called me something I'm not or whatever, like anything negative. You're good. Yeah, you really appreciate that you changed your font to cater to people suffering with dyslexia, or rather, still having it. Yeah, and for the record, where I have the fonts here, for people with dyslexia, this use case probably isn't that relevant. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's not helpful at all. For me, this is more of an awareness thing, because usually when you're talking like a title or like 2 words, using a dyslexia-friendly font, like that's not where it's a pain point. Not at least not that I've seen before. It's when you have like big paragraphs or whatever, these types of fonts can help a great deal. But it's really good for awareness, because then people are like, why do you have that weird font? And then it opens up the whole, hey, there's these things called neurodivergent conditions, like dyslexia, that are underdiagnosed. And all we have to do to accommodate them usually is make things more accessible, which mostly boils down to giving options and being considerate. Honestly, like, the biggest thing you could do for dyslexia is not write poorly. Like, don't wall of text. Don't use overly, like, fluffy, colorful, whatever language that you have to stop and be like, did I read that right? No, I read that right. They just chose a really weird way of saying it. Because, you know, someone with dyslexia is going to read it 2 or 3 times and be like, am I missing something? Like, am I misreading this? So it's like just one of those things about, yeah, general good writing skills help a lot alone. And then you got stuff like, don't use white on black or black on white. You can use like off-white, like cream or charcoal or whatever, you know, colors. It's just don't use pure white on black. For everyone who's ever done Magic Eye, or like gone to where they do the whole thing where they'll put like this black and white checkerboard, you can make it look rounded and all that kind of stuff. It's basically the same phenomena that causes that. Black on white and white on black causes that. And if you're trying to read and that kind of thing is happening, it sucks. It sucks a whole lot. Which, for the record, I do not have dyslexia, but I do advocate for people to do. But yeah, so it's stuff like breaking up. Like, there's the whole thing. We probably all played the game where it's like, we're going to give you the background story. And this pop-up covers like 90% of your screen, and it's just paragraph after paragraph, no breakup of it. And you're just like, oh my god. And even if you're someone who doesn't have dyslexia, you lose your place in it like twice because it's just this giant, massive monolith of text in your face. And you're like, what is this? Why would you present it in this way? That is like the thing not to do. So instead what you do is you have like a sentence or two, maybe you've got an image, maybe you use some bullet points, all those kind of things. But you get the whole idea. Is just realizing this particular format, like dyslexia or otherwise, is a bad way of presenting it. Let's see, you've read a lot of fan-translated Danmei? I'm not familiar with that word. And sites that don't have dark mode and have to use dark reader because it's pure black text on pure white background. You're not dyslexic, but you are light sensitive. And 5 minutes to look at that makes your eyes start screaming and your head start pounding. Yeah. Well, that's just the thing. Like, all of that, that's not even... Like, that's the thing. Accessibility is a thing that everyone benefits from. Like, literally every single human being benefits from. Whether you're neurodivergent, you have a disability, or you're made 70-80% out of water, which is literally everyone. Like, everyone will have accessibility needs. Some people, those accessibility needs are whether or not they can even engage with whatever it is you're doing. Like, literally, it's a deal breaker if you don't. Some, it's a temporary thing. So the concept of disability, temporary disability, and there's one other one. There's 3 different tiers to it. Like, one is where you're actually legally considered disabled, that you have whatever legal protections and all that kind of stuff. That it's a effectively a permanent thing. There's some it is a temporary in like a midterm. So like, you'll have someone who's missing an arm, they have a disability. You'll have someone who broke their arm and they're in a cast. Well, for a couple of months, they wouldn't be legally considered disabled, but that injury effectively makes them have the same accessibility needs as someone who would have that disability of a missing arm. Then you have the person who, like, you know, they were working out a little too hard and they pulled a muscle real bad. You know, they're going to be fine in a day or two. It's not a big deal. But in that day or two, they're still down an arm. All three cases, you have the exact same accessibility need that, you know, certain things need to be able to be done without requiring the use of both hands. And obviously there's things that you can't necessarily accommodate everything. No one is advocating for that typically. There's the pragmatism of it. Or like there's light sensitive, or sorry, photosensitivity and photophobic. These are two different things. That one is a disability. That photosensitivity can be a disability because literally, why am I struggling here? Alright, no problem, Tree. But like, photosensitivity is where light actually is causing you legitimate harm. It's not just, oh, bright light, sad. It's, you're getting migraines, you're getting, like, seizures, like, the light is causing you genuine physical harm. And then there's photophobic, which is basically, it's not fun. Like, it's not hurting you, but you have a sensitivity to it in the sense that, like, you'll be, like, to give you an idea, if you sit in a movie theater for a couple of hours, and then you go outside in the bright sunlight, and you go, ah, it's so bright, that would be photophobia. You're not getting actual pain and problems out of it, but it's not nice. Versus epilepsy is a form of photosensitivity, where blinking red lights have a chance of causing you a seizure, you know, or other flashing lights, and that is a genuine harm. Seizures are not a minor deal. You can really hurt yourself while having a seizure. But regardless of those two, where one is a legally recognized disability and all that, you still fix them the same way, which is you don't flashbang your users. You don't sit there and go, here's my incredibly dark, we're in the shadows horror game, and then you hit escape to pull up your menu, and it goes to a bright white screen with black font on it to choose your settings. So every time you hit escape, you about jump back out of your chair going, oh, my eyes, please. Do the meme of the cat where it's like just the light comes on, you see the cat going. Let's see, you like how curb cuts are necessary for people with wheelchairs, but sure helps parents push main stores? Oh yeah, no, exactly. That's the way when I used to, because for the record, I'm a subject matter expert on accessibility. I literally spent a great deal of my time in software development, you know, doing what we could to figure out ways to tackle all that. And like all that. And so like how we would tackle those. And usually one of the examples we would give the difference between permanent disability, temporary disability, and I think it was momentary disability, which again, only one of those is legally disabled. Like, we're not saying these are all equals here. We're not trying to underplay what dealing with a disability is. It's more saying, hey, you should do this because literally every one of your customers, this helps. It shouldn't require that to make you motivated to do it, but hey, if that's what it takes to get you there, that's fine. But one of the ones we would list for what we would call momentary disability, which is again, where literally you have an accessibility need just very briefly, was like a parent with a sick child. So you got your toddler and your infant, they're being all clingy because they don't feel good. And so you're stuck holding this kid around with you all day because every time you put them down, they start fussing and crying because they don't feel well. And you feel bad for the kid. It's not their fault. but effectively you've lost an arm. Zero isn't so bad as a disabling thing, but you do get headaches from bright light with high contrast like that, and you actually spent several years using a little program called dim screen just to dim your monitor even more, everything because the stress was making the sensitivity worse. Normally, yes, that might not be considered a disability. That would be considered photosensitive though, because really the difference between that, like, eyeglasses are a good way of doing the whole explanation between like disability and accessibility need. So you can have eyesight that requires corrective lenses to benefit, but not be considered disabled. You wouldn't be considered necessarily legally blind just because you have glasses. It's when it hits a certain level of severity that the severity is bad enough that seems like, hey, this thing is such a detriment to this person's ability to, you know, function, that without accessibility benefits, whether that's, you know, again, glasses or considerations at the workplace or whatever, that they have a fairly insurmountable difficulty to deal with. Not that it can't be overcome, but that there is some level of assistance required. And that assistance, again, can be a pair of glasses. But like without them, they're dealing with a situation that's very difficult to manage. Sorry, someone was helping me out with something, and I just wanted to make sure I wasn't just leaving them hanging. But yeah, because that's the thing when you talk about stuff like disability, you know, it's something like over 80% of the population lives with disability, and you'd probably, like, a lot of people be like, oh, that's just a ridiculous number. It's like, hey man, old people exist, and they are a measurable percentage of the population. And as you get older, very few of us get away without getting some kind of disability as we age up. It's not a long list of people who live to their 70s and 80s and don't have some kind of disability. You know, and then you got a lot of people who are younger. It's not strictly an old people thing. So it is a thing. And that's, I believe that factor only considers adults, that 80%. Because I'm trying to pull this out of my memory. I used to have a whole talk where I had, like, you know, according to the CDC and according to this, you know, like, all these different organizations that I made sure to go and get, like, a whole range of that. So when one person's like, no, but the CDC makes up their data, blah, 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 blah. You know, people who just don't trust any scientific organization, you'd be like, well, either there's this conspiracy where all of these groups are working together to lie, or you're going to have to accept that you're the one in the wrong. That and at the time, because that talk's over 10 years old now that I gave, at the time, finding good resources on neurodivergence was pretty rough. It was better than it had been, but, like, most of my data I had to pull from the UK was one of the main sources I hit, was a lot of their, I forget what it's called, but they're an organization that's the equivalent of the CDC, that I had to pull most of my data from them just because they were one of the only ones doing really good record keeping on these things at the time. Like, the US was starting to get better record keeping, but it had only been a thing for a couple of years at that point. Like, otherwise it's far more ad hoc, where you'd have, like, this organization might track records, but that one wouldn't. Let's check. Needs lime. The glare, you had to get anti-glare computer glasses? Yeah. Because, like, even, like, not even gonna get into disability, I think it's just over 50% of the population wears corrective lenses. Whether it's contacts or glasses. I wanna say literally it's the majority now wear corrective lenses. And people argue as to why that is, and there's a lot of the arguments have no basis. Some of them do. But the point, like, the why is one discussion, sure. You are detached. There we go. Okay. So, this will be interesting because I need to lime the field. I did that in the wrong order. I believe you can still lime after you seed and it still works. Technically, you're supposed to lime... You're supposed to cultivate or... Did you miss entire stripes? Is that what I've been seeing this whole time? I'm not fixing that. That would require me to basically redo the entire field. That's also realistic to what actually happens with that tool. In real life, when you're doing it, this is kind of the outcome you come up with. Is that, genuinely speaking, as you're farming, you'd have this area has crops. You'd have this little gap here that you'd miss where the wheels go. And it'd be like that, so you lose that part of it. But in real life, you end up having these tracks like along your fields every so often for your travel of your vehicles. Because your vehicles driving over your own field all the time will cause all sorts of issues for the crop. Like where the actual tires go and all that. So that big vehicle being the same width kind of guarantees you're going to have that spot's going to get smashed down. But because it's always the same width, and if you're following a course, you kind of write off those little grooves. But on the other hand, you don't have to sweat it too much because you're only writing off those grooves. We'll see how this looks on the other side. I'm probably going to be pretty annoyed with it. But we should have more than enough that that won't be a big deal. I also forgot to have a little bit of lime over here. Probably nowhere near enough for the field, though. Because the lime gets used much faster than the fertilizer. Probably 2 containers of lime would do it. The LCDs solved it. There were a lot of issues that you don't think about with CRTs because of the way the refresh rate works. The CRTs, you used to actually be able to watch the refresh rate sometimes. Just like certain games, if it has certain frame rate, it would just hit right, so you'd almost see like this little rendering line slowly move up the screen. All the images would be rendering actively, but it's the same kind of phenomena. If you've ever seen a car driving on film, where the rotation of the tire very, very closely matched the shutter speed of the camera, what ends up happening is it looks like the tire's not moving, yet the vehicle moves forward, and it's not doctored. It's legitimate recording. It just so happens every time the shutter flipped, the tire was in the same spot ish. So it looks like the tire is stationary and just sliding across the ground. It's a cool phenomena, but you can get the same thing with the old CRTs, the way the refresh rates worked, where you would see like almost this line slowly work your way up the screen, even though all the stuff is rendering normally. It gets super annoying too. Because once you notice it, there was no unnoticing it. Okay, but just the way that LCD screens work, that's just not a thing. Or I remember dealing with CRTs and them getting gauzed. So like if you had something that was pretty strong magnetic force near the screen, it would jack up the image real bad. Like you get like that pink hue in from the side because a magnet was interfering with it. And you could remove the magnet, but you had to degauze the monitor to get it to behave nicely again. What does lime do? So the purpose of lime is to adjust the pH of the soil, the acidity of the soil. In Farm Sim, all it is every so many years you got to put down lime, and it gives you a, like, if you don't put it down, it gives you like a 10 or 15% penalty to your yield. But thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so what ends up happening is most stuff you grow will cause the soil to gradually become more and more acidic. And if it gets too far out of whack, your plants will grow poorly and or not even grow at all. And so you put down lime to cut back on that acidity. Your classic, acids and bases. And there are very rare cases that you add acidity to the soil, but that's exceptionally rare. It's very specific plants that you have to worry about that they just happen to pull a lot of the more acidic nutrients out of the soil. Because that's what's causing the acidity, though. It's not some like horrendous thing the plants are doing. It's you've got like phosphate, potassium, and nitrogen in your soil that the plants use to grow, and every plant has kind of a different balance of that they need. So what'll end up happening is it will draw those nutrients out, and if they get way too far out of whack, then you start getting with that. They also contribute other things like bacterias and all that end up growing in the soil that will mess with the acidity as well. Or other chemical agents, like if you're using chemical fertilizers and different stuff, they go with that. All of it contributes. But yeah, so lime is just a way of amending the soil to getting it more in line with whatever your plant needs. So what you'd probably do, I can't speak for like actual farms. Mine was more gardening, and I like even when I gardened, I had to put like lime in very rarely. I think I got like 1 bag of lime the entire time I gardened, and I only had like 1 or 2 times I really needed to lime any soil. And that's because I was growing a plant that was a bit more sensitive to acidity. That's because home gardening, it's just the volume is significantly lower. It takes a lot more to throw the soil off. Lime is limestone? Sort of. It's made with limestone, but there's a little bit more to it. But it is, if I'm not mistaken, it is primarily limestone. It's like a limestone product, is I guess the way we'd put it. And normally you put down lime before you seed, but I forgot. Because you'd want to put down the lime and have, like, when you're turning up the soil, that it gets mixed in and not just sitting on top. It's fine. I don't think Farm Sim distinguishes one way or the other. All it says is, do I need lime? Yes, no. Okay, now, yes, no. I do wonder if, since this is a separate process, I'm actually curious. I ran out of lime. I'm actually curious if I load up the fertilizer now, if I could do a round of fertilizer and it would accept it. Because in Farm Sim, you know, using the normal base game, you do have to you can do 1 round of fertilizer, but before you can do another, you have to have like the state of the crop change, and usually that's you have to let it grow a little bit. Oh yeah, super broke. Your limestone can be quite toxic? I mean, I would imagine if you were just, like, if you were to eat limestone or something, I want to say it's basic. There's not very many things that we as humans eat as far as, like, pH goes that are basic. There's not none. Because, you know, humans, we're almost all life, very, very few exceptions on Earth, are acidic. At least mildly. Not literally all. I want to say when you get down to bacteria and that, you start running into stuff that's a bit different. So, like, everything's different, varying degrees of acidic. So I could see something that can, like, significantly alter your pH could be dangerous. Because it is a thing. I haven't heard of someone getting themselves hurt from making their blood too basic before. Because, again, almost everything we eat is acidic. But while your body has a pretty strong tolerance for getting a bit much acidic to it, like it's very resistant of your blood changing its pH levels on a meaningful level. There is a thing that if you just eat way too much acidic food too frequently, you can alter the pH of your blood, your acidity of your blood. It's real bad. You really don't want to do that. It won't outright kill you unless it gets way out there, But even changing it a couple of points is enough that you'll start having severe migraines and all sorts of health problems. Like the body's tolerance pH-wise is a very narrow thing. So where normally it's people who are like eating very, very heavy amounts of citrus and tomatoes and all that, like really, really over the top amounts that mess with their blood pH. Because again, it is very tolerant and resistant to change, but you can overpower it. I would imagine eating something like limestone or something that's specifically would change your blood to being more basic would be the exact same problem. You throw off your blood's pH, and suddenly you're in a whole litany of health problems. So I would believe that's a thing. Obviously, I have no actual knowledge of whether or not it is a thing. But that is one of those things I'm like, yeah, no, that sounds reasonable based on my understanding. Because like I said, we literally use lime to change the pH of things, which tells us, if nothing else, it does have significant impact on the pH. I need to grab this real fast. Because I need to kick out the fertilizer. That's gonna be real fun to figure out where that went. I think just playing with it probably wouldn't hurt you. I don't... Because limestone's in a lot of places. But at the same time, we're talking a child. They could be sticking their fingers in their mouth and all sorts of stuff, so... That's where I imagine. So especially with a kid where they're smaller, too, it wouldn't take nearly as much to be a health problem. But yeah, no, I mean, there's a lot of things that are pretty benign, but if you get to the point of consumption of those said things, it gets way, way not good. Alright, so let's double check things. Limestone powder? Yeah. Well, that's what I'm thinking, is got a bunch of it in their mouth kind of thing. Alright, cool. So it seems to be content right now. So what I'm hoping, we're going to go ahead and try putting down a little bit of fertilizer in this corner. Because I'm hoping that putting down the lime has considered itself another process. So if I go there and that says 100%, that'll work. We can do it. I also noticed that I need to reset this because... yeah, I could see that. Well, I mean, that might even not be pH things either. There's a lot of... you gotta be really dangerous. Like, a lot of fine powders are really, really dangerous to people. So let's go ahead and... detach and reattach and see if that resets everything. Because it seems like the lime has a much smaller spread. Yeah, there we go. But definitely don't want to waste the fertilizer. Yeah, and there's a lot of things. Like, you'll have, like, a lot of people who did woodworking will be like, well, my grandpa never had a vacuum system and never wore their mask and blah, 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 and they were fine. You know, not realizing that, you know, grandpa had a lot of ammonia and a lot of lung problems in their life that they weren't blissfully aware of, or they just got lucky. But, you know, we come to realize that very fine wood powder, breathing that in at any real amount, like, you're not going to get a breath of it and die from it. But, breathing that fine powder in gives you a much, much, much higher risk of lung cancer as well as pneumonia. So, you know, hey, when you're working there, it's not saying don't do woodworking, that's fine. But, like, have a well-ventilated area and or, like, a proper, like, vacuum system to grab all that fine powder. It's the really fine stuff that you worry about. So we learned about that. We learned about, like, asbestos. That's another really fine powder you breathe in, and that's bad. That's real bad news. But almost all of that's like, okay, don't breathe it in. Now, granted, asbestos is, like, next levels of bad, so, like, they get in their bunny suits and all that kind of stuff. And you'll still have people like, well, my grandpap who worked with asbestos his whole life and never had a problem. It's like, well, I know. Oh, he died of lung cancer. Yeah, that was the asbestos. That's what that does. That's very specifically what that does. That is the exact specific concern of what that does. So yeah, no, he wasn't fine. It just takes a while. That's why it took so long to figure out how bad it was. There's a real long delay between you got exposed and the bad news happened. Yeah, exactly. Such and such smoked their entire life and was fine. How'd they die? Well, they died of lung cancer. Yes. Which is caused by smoking. Or they died of, like, heart problems, which is also a contribution of smoking. And again, that's not being like, hey, you smoke, bad person, or anything like that. There's also a thing called survivor bias. That you will have those people who are like, why? I went my whole life without wearing a seatbelt and I never died. It's totally fine. And you go, well, the problem is you can say that, but all your buddies who didn't make it to this point because they didn't wear their seatbelts can't talk back to counter your argument because they're not here now. So we can look at the statistics and see that no, actually, we were really not fine. Actually, it was a thing in your extended family because much of the men folk smoked and none of the women did, and all the men folk died much earlier than women. Yeah. And it is a thing, like, genuinely a thing that on average that women are more likely to, and if I have this wrong, please correct me. My understanding is on average women do tend to have a slightly longer life expectancy. It's not much. It's like 2, 3, 4 years. Yeah, no, it was a thing that just generally on the average. And there's been times where people said, oh, well, it's because of this and that, but then they've compared, it's like, well, here's women who work the exact same jobs as the men, and it still holds true. Pros and cons. But then you'll have, like, again, with, like, the smoking thing, it'll be, like, 20 years difference, and it's like, yeah. Yeah. Yep. Right, so I need to do the hoeing, so we don't get weeds. And then that's all sorted. So that's interesting. So years I need to lime. If I do the lime after I seed, it lets me kind of nudge things so I don't have to wait an extra day to do the second round of fertilizer. Man, this isn't like judging people for whatever behaviors you choose. Like, you gotta live your own life. That's all fine. Like, I'm not saying, like, oh, you smoked a cigarette, how dare you, or anything like that. But it is one of those realities that you have to sit back and go, hey, this decision you make does have a consequence for you. Oh yeah, PS. That's actually not an uncommon thing. Well, that's when I get pushback when I'm having a conversation about, like, hey, we should do this because, like, like, we should do this because it'll, like, help out for people with all these different kinds of problems. I'll be like, well, I'm healthy. Why should I have to worry about this? And it's usually stuff like health insurance or whatever. That people discussing health insurance are like, why should I have to pay people who are dealing, like, with health problems? And usually it's under the stipulation that they cause them to themselves. And for the record, there are things that, when people have certain behaviors, there's higher risk. But at the same token, a lot of times it'd be like, well, if I'm healthy, and it's like, that you know of. Like, that's the thing. Everyone who got diagnosed with an absolutely horrible, horrible situation we're healthy until that point. Not everyone, but a lot of ones. That generally you're healthy until you're not. But the reality is, you had that health problem for a while before you were aware that you had the health problem. Which means technically, if we want to be there, you were unhealthy, you just didn't know it yet. And it's one of those things that you can, like, I've known people who ran like triathlons, were super careful about everything they ate, and you still get really sick. It happens. Like, that's all you're doing when you're like eating healthier, living a healthier lifestyle is you are taking the dice and you are fudging them to be far more likely to not roll bad than otherwise. But everybody's rolling the dice, and there's no eliminating negative outcomes. You could still roll ones. It's just a thing that happens. So it's always the reasons why I still like am very, very promoting of being like, hey, we should just take care of each other, because you can do everything perfectly and still lose. You spoke before, but not one to get addicted. Well, that's good. Let's see. And then there's other situations too. You know, someone who was very ill, didn't smoke, and her only symptoms were losing weight. Very light cough turned out to be, yeah. We could probably, because we got into that topic yesterday too. We could probably move on from like the cancer topic, because it's a big old sad. But yeah, I know it's just one of those things that like you can do everything perfect and have bad outcomes. Like that's like, and that it doesn't even have to be health either. That could be a business thing. Because the farm's going good. We are making solid progress. We got the slurry container on sale, so now we have maximized our debt. Literally, the bank says no when I ask for money. So that's a real problem. But yeah, statistics have little influence on the individual case. Right. You have averages and risk considerations, and you can't dictate people's lives based on statistics. The usually way I get into that topic is we'll be talking stuff like hiring and all that kind of stuff, that a lot of people try and use all these different automated systems to consider individuals, and that's usually wildly inappropriate. Because even if I sit there and be like, hey, statistically speaking, people who go through this school have a 30% chance higher of being a successful person in this whatever. On the individual basis, it's inappropriate for me to consider that data and say I'm not going to hire that person because they have a slightly reduced chance of being successful. Because that makes no sense. That individual could easily fall in that 70 percentile, and you're suddenly screening them based on something that has completely nothing to do with their individuality. And usually the topic is not on the school you go to, it's more on country of origin, race, gender, that kind of stuff. You know, the protected things that people try and make excuses of why they be awful. But the whole thing is there's a really interesting book, it's a good read, called Weapons of Math Destruction. And it's a bunch of different systems that got put in place, what their intentions were, and how quite often the results went directly counter to what they wanted to do. That, you know, some of them genuinely were trying to do a good thing, and they would build these systems without necessarily considering the false positives, false negatives, the implications of these, and how a lot of those decisions made these genuinely dangerous systems that in many cases ended up with pretty egregious harm that, you know, resulted in legal action. Again, some of these were well-meaning, not all of them. Some of them were just trying to be like, we want to reduce the number of people who have to deal with this thing. Here, we're going to toss an algorithm in between here. Oh wait, the algorithm did really bad things, and now we're in legal trouble because we broke a bunch of laws on accident. Oops. But it is one of those things that, like, I think one of the interesting ones that got me is one of the ones they cover is the grading system for universities and colleges. Not like the state grading, did this school succeed or not, but like you've probably seen where this newspaper will rate this as like an A school or a B school or a C school and put them in like an order of like this is the best and the worst schools, that kind of thing. So if you don't know the history of where that comes from, I believe it was USA Today. It was one of the major newspapers at the time. I could be wrong about which one. That they were basically getting their butt kicked. That they had a competitor who was just getting the better headlines, doing all that, and they're going, crap, we need to do something or we're going to go out of business. Like, we are losing this fight with our competitor, and unless something changes, we don't anticipate that improving. And so they were trying to find something new of value that they could offer to their readers to, you know, get more sales. And so they came up with what's genuinely, honestly, for the time, a really good idea, being like, hey, you know, it's really hard to get good information about schools in this day and age, because it's like pre-internet and all that, that they're like, it's really, really hard to, you know, when you're researching what university or college or school you want to go to get any type of good information, it's kind of mostly you go to the school and you ask them, or you find someone who happens to know about a couple of schools and you ask them. Otherwise, it's entirely, have I heard of that school before? Was it a positive thing I heard? And that's pretty much what it was. So that's where you would go and tour a bunch of schools and see which one looks the best and try your best. And so they were like, okay, well, let's make like an entire thing where we rate schools on a bunch of different standards, and we make that available to our readers. So that way people trying to research schools, they have this need, we can provide it. And so they came up with this thing. And the first iteration was a complete flop. That it rated the schools in a somewhat reasonably fair thing, but the problem that came up with it was the results did not align with what people already viewed the world being like. So a lot of your Ivy League schools didn't rank particularly well, and it was because they were considering stuff like, how much did it cost to go to your school? What, like, is the average income of people who came out of the school? What's the pass-fail rate? And all these kinds of things. So they had some pretty simple data points that would imply a really good school, but because people were like, what do you mean all these Ivy League schools don't rank very high? Clearly this is a garbage system. And so they wholly rejected it. So USA Today was like, I still think this is a good product. We need to figure it out. And so what happened is they kept adding stipulations, like things that would start nudging it so it would be a little bit more aligned with, if you heard a lot of good things about the Ivy League schools, that they would end up kind of artificially being bumped up on the roster. And so it'd be stuff like, they added things like, they would ask other schools, good schools in the area, and so we're doing all these things that kind of fudged around the actual, you know, good data to get a bunch of stuff that had the existing bias and nudged them. It's also one of the reasons that to this day, that sporting events are such an important part for a school, because they still use a lot of those grading systems that were created back then. And one of the things they did to fudge some of the schools up that were better known was they went and added that, you know, how well known or whatever their sports team was. And so you get where a lot of that's going, is they had a well-intentioned system at the beginning, but it was kind of rejected because it didn't align with people's expectations. And it just took on, like, that one, they obviously compromised the system in a number of ways when they did that. But it was one of those things, and it is still a system used, and that was a whole thing that became a big deal almost 10 years ago now. No, actually, it would have been about 10 years ago, that they were going to take, because what eventually happened is that because there was a lot of these groups that had kind of undisclosed connections with the different universities and agreements, and they would nudge the numbers up and down, so it became less trustworthy, that the government had their own version of basically the same thing. And it was actually, it's pretty good, or it was pretty good, but it had some major gaps in it that really didn't tell the whole story. And so it was about 10 years ago that they're like, hey, let's go through and let's redo this. And let's consider things like how much tuition costs for how much did people get out of, like, on the other side of it. Oh, it's corn. I can't do corn. And just, you know, a whole bunch of people lobbied to make sure that didn't happen. Because a whole lot of big name schools got a lot of money, and they just really didn't want the black eye that was saying, oh yeah, the school is like extremely expensive. Oh yeah, most of the people who go here don't actually get jobs in their thing. So like you're just wasting your money kind of thing. Please drop. You're disconnected. It needs to be like a lean this down. Okay, that was weird that I launched off that far, but that's okay. I can live with that. But yeah, as a whole thing. Send for a brochure from each school to know about the mail. Get a bunch back. Try to decide from the brochures which one's the best for you. Go visit it for those you can and hope it feels good. Yeah, and that was the thing. You'd go, and then you'd realize that school, like, most of the people who went to it never ended up working in the industry that they were getting their degree for. It was a real crapshoot with that. So that rating system, in some ways, that rating system did still improve things because it did actually have some good metrics on it. But yeah, it's one of those things that because people wholly rejected the results because it didn't align with their existing expectations of which schools were good and bad, that they ended up having to keep compromising the system to get people to trust it. Which is the irony, is you had to make the system objectively worse to get people to trust it. Okay. First payment against our new loan. Because we need to knock that down big time. But that's good because do you know what today is? Today is payday. That's what today is. Okay, get her about 55,000 worth of eggs sold. But like, and that's one that's like just the kind of erosion thing. It's one of those things that in software development, if you're trying to make genuinely good products, anytime you have a system that's making any decision, whether it feels like it's of substance or otherwise, it's always worth taking a moment to sit there and step back and go, okay, my system's making a decision. What are the consequences of a false positive? What does that look like? What are the consequences of a false negative? What does that look like? In the way I'm implementing this, should I be trying to make the system lean towards false positives or negatives, and how much can I mitigate these? Because there's no such thing as a system that has zero. Like that, if you ever have someone that says, oh, we'll just make it not false positive, you know to take that person and anything they say and ignore it, because they have no idea what they're doing. Now, you can get it to nearly zero, where it's extremely low, but actual zero is just not. As long as the system's turned on, that's not going to really be a thing. And there's some fuzziness around there. Like, for example, most of your stuff like flu test, COVID test, those kind of things, they have a very, 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 very close to near zero false positive. They have a very high frequency of false negatives, but false positives, where it says you have it and you don't, is so incredibly low it's almost not worth consideration. Usually that requires someone to misuse the test. Like, you know, basically the test needs to be like contaminated by someone who was sick first, and then you take the test kind of thing is usually the only way you get false positives on those. False negatives, they happen all the time. That's actually one of the big problems with especially COVID tests is they will say you don't have it a lot of the time you really do. Because there's just a lot of things that you can mess up with the test, or the test can get damaged and all those kind of things. Alright, so we've got 60,000 we've knocked off our loan so far. So that's good. We've got you. The greenhouses, they're getting a little low on water, but not enough to matter yet. You are fine for the time being. Yeah, 97% yield bonus. That's about as good as we're going to get. we can fast forward time again. And then December is the best time. Yeah, true. 100% is practicality impossible. Yeah, and the reason why you bring that kind of thing up is some systems, the false positives is not a big deal. Like that's always the thing you got to consider. It's like, if I have a false positive, how bad is it? Like, what is the consequence? And sometimes, like, oh yeah, the consequence is a mild inconvenience for someone. Okay, well that's not a big deal. Or a false negative, it's like, oh, it'd be a very minor expense for someone. It's like, all right, that's not that big a deal either. And other times it's like, what's a false positive? Oh, we incarcerate an innocent person for their life. Oh yeah, that's real bad. Yeah, we definitely don't want to do that. That is a real big no-perino right there. And a lot of people don't stop to take in consideration. It's also like, even if it's not decision making, like when you're making tools, you have to stop and be like, okay, but what's the good this tool can do? What's the harm this tool can do? And even if the harm is bad, that doesn't mean you don't do it. But it's like, okay, what are the things that we can reasonably do to mitigate that harm? Okay, so let's try and get an estimate when we do these sales in December of the barley. How much I need to save. So it's 2,000, 4,000, 6,000, 8,000, 10,000, 12,000. So I need to save 12,000, which that means is I need to keep 3,000 barley in this trailer. If I have 3,000 barley in this trailer, that'll be enough to top off the chicken coop to keep it operating at capacity the full year round. Because the chicken coop already has 9,000 in it, I need a cumulative 12,000 to feed them all the way till when we get our next harvest. So you get the idea. The math. So that means we're going to be selling 24,000 liters of barley. Ideally, we would be wanting to get a flour milled so we were not just selling the barley raw, but that costs 288,000 and I cannot afford that. So we are cashing out a bunch of barley real quick to try and deal with our debt. That'll do. 15,000. And I know I have more than I said I needed. I'd rather have too much than too little. Because all it means the next time I get my barley harvest, we can just add a little bit more. And slowly but surely the debt gets paid down. I mean, we're actually making relatively good money, so like, all things considered with how little fields I have, I'm making somewhere in the area of $110,000, I believe, somewhere in that ballpark, per year, between the eggs, the greenhouses, and the surplus barley. And yeah, we keep accruing more and more debt, which is certainly not helping literally anything. But that's fine. Okay, so we can go here. Pay down that more, because every little bit I pay down, I'm lowering that insurance or the interest payments, and those are killing us. All right. So June is when we have our next harvest, which later on we'll probably be expanding our crops. I'm actually sitting there thinking, like, you know what? I mean, guess technically we're going to be expanding because we're going to get grass going. But yeah, that should help out a great deal. And we can knock down our payments again. Alright, so we're going to need to top off the water today, realistically. Those are all terrible. So I back that up in position. That starts filling up the chicken coop. top off our greenhouses. That's actually one of the reasons I like the seasons in the game. When you turn seasons off, every day kind of ends up being the same in the fact that, like, you almost always have something to harvest in that. And there's a certain good side to that, where it's like there's something always going on. But I also kind of do like the fact that, you know, you've got like those 1 or 2 months a year. It's like, yeah, this is there's not a whole lot of going on this month. No big deal. You can run around and just do maintenance stuff. That's a cool little bale loader, not what I really need. Alright. So it gives good times to do stuff, and then you can always just fast forward. It's interesting that this time seeding the field we got those stripes, and last time I don't recall getting those stripes. I don't think it matters. That's not enough of a crop loss that I'm going to worry about it. And in real life, that's supposed to be the negative, like, not the negative. One of the decisions of the vehicle. Because I also don't think it's crop destruction, because you can't crop destruction until the crops have grown enough to be destroyed. I'll have to pay closer attention the next time I use it to see. Because I don't think they had, like, an update to the game since yesterday. I also don't think that was the first time us seeding that field either. With the NEXAT, I mean. Downshift. First gear. Stop trying to go into third. First gear. No, don't go up gears, go down gears. Do I have to intervene by lowering... There we go. Now you can speed up. It was just like, while you're going uphill, it's like, stop trying to shift gears into a lower torque gear. We're not worried about top speed right now. Just make it so that you're in a gear at least that can handle this without getting, like, stuttering because it doesn't have enough horsepower. Well, not horsepower, that's the problem. Enough torque to, you know, move it. Alright, so you can drop that off. It's filling that up. We need to get in position on the eggs to pick those up out of the chicken barn, whatever. And we're not necessarily aiming to pay down our entire debt before doing the next thing or anything like that. Realistically, if I get an opportunity to get the McDon or something like that, I will snag that up if I can make it happen. At which point, then I will probably need to save to... let's see, how do you flood a field for rice? So, when you do rice, the way that works... I'm hitting all wrong menus. When you do rice, you actually go to construction. And I'm trying to remember where it's in here. Or no, it wasn't here, was it? It was... Where was that located? Basically, you drop, that's not what I'm looking for. You make a actual rice field. It's a specific thing. Oh, I don't think it's construction. I think it was in here somewhere. Where's the rice? Where was that? But basically, you make a rice field. It's a special kind of field. Alright, so maybe it was construction. So it's not farmhouses, sheds, silos. There, cultivation. So you grab a rice field, and then you would paint it on the ground, kind of thing. So you're making a special field for the floodable rice. So I would go over here, maybe paint this as a rice field. I'm using that. And then there's a pump on the side of it. And so then you walk over to the pump and you turn it on, and it says, okay, it's going to take me 3 in-game hours to fill the field. Which, you know, no big deal. You just hit the button, you go work on whatever stuff you need to go work on, and then it's usually sorted by the time you get back. And if not, you can just fast forward time, no biggie. There's 2 types of rice in the grain game. There's like the, there's just rice, and I believe there's long grain rice. Long grain rice, I don't believe you need to flood the field at all. Like, you grow that basically the same way you do like wheat. And then you've got regular rice, and that's the one you gotta flood the field. Which I believe you have to flood it to plant it, and I think you flood it 1 more time after that. It's like 1 or 2 more days after that, and then you stop flooding it. Like, I think if you put your cursor over the field, it'll mark it being like needs flooding or something like that. So there's not a bunch of guesswork about like, do I or do I not need to flood the field. Well, there's the rollers. I believe, is that the big roller? I think that's a big roller. Check that real fast. I don't think I'm going to buy the big roller, even if it gives me the opportunity. It does give you a tiny little bonus to your yield. So if you do take the time to like go over rolling the field multiple times. No, it's not the big roller. Yeah, I don't worry about it. Alright. Yeah, so it's not the big roller. But yeah, so the roller will slightly improve the yield of your crop. But it's kind of one of those things that it's not a very slow process. But you put all that extra time and it's something like 5% or less extra yield. I think you can do it like twice or something to get like a decent amount at the other side. But it's just the amount of effort you put into it being like, oh, I'm going to make like an extra $2,000. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'll just not do it. Okay. Pretty big hoeing contract we could do there. Right now, we're hurting for money, so I'm going to accept that contract. Because I could put this on that, and then we can go check on, like, doing loan payments and all the other garbage. Because that'll basically let me do 2 loan payments, because I got 1 here. And it'll be enough to get her... Sorry. Yeah, it'll give me another loan payment to knock down our debt. And that'll be important in case we have something we do really want or need come by. So, like, the NEXAT cultivator header I want. The NEXAT hoeing header I want. On the short term. More importantly, I think getting the McDon would be good. Because if I get the McDon windrower, what I can do with that then... is I'll save up my money and buy another plot of land, and that would give me access to grass. Because then all I need to do is grab a baler for the tractor, and once I have all that, then it's just a matter of, you know, we can bale up all the grass. I could sell it for extra income if we want. I probably wouldn't focus on that too much. But we would be able to use that grass to feed animals, so I'd be able to start branching out into sheep and all that. That's the only reason we haven't been messing with any of the other animals so far. You also need a place to store anything. I got the good old groundization, where we store everything on the ground in nice and neat, organized things. No, it was florganization. That's the one that people call it. Florganization. I do the best I can florganizing my stuff. Oh, did I not already empty you? I guess I didn't have more things to work on. Unfortunately, I can't see what you're working on, so we'll just skip that. You do have a farm sim. You're just a little intimidated by it. Yeah, Farm Sim is one of those games that, like, it can be very complicated on the beginning, because it is a game that's tutorial is notoriously not good. It teaches you, like, how to attach in a thing and then, like, drive the tractor, but it doesn't teach you any of the things like, okay, but when do I do this? When do I do that? So it's kind of a little bit of a joke that the best way to learn Farm Sim is to already know how to farm. In all reality, though, there's certain processes that once you learn, like, the order of operations is not that big a deal. Which it basically boils down to you plow, cultivate, or harrow. Those are all, they serve for the purpose of the game kind of the same function. There is differences between them, but if you do any of them, you'll be able to plant the crops in it. After that, you would seed the crops. Technically, you can fertilize as well, but that's not strictly required. You just get more out of it. Same with the lime. You would technically lime at some points, but, like, the lime's a straightforward one because you point at the field and it'll say needs lime, and that tells you it's like, okay, I need to lime the field. But again, if you don't do it, you just don't get as much crops, which is still fine. You can weed and all that. That's another one where you look at your field and it's full of weeds and you're like, oh, okay, I need to weed that field. But again, if you don't do it, it just penalizes your yield. So it's not the end of the world. So it's really, like, the only strictly required things is to make it so you can plant stuff. So again, whether you plow, you cultivate, or you use the harrower, all of those will make it so you can plant. Then you plant, and then you harvest. Everything else in between there is optional, but does benefit your yield. And as far as, like, animals and production chains and all that kind of stuff, they're not as bad as they look. They're fairly straightforward on how they work. So if we go to any of our production chains, so I can go look at this building. These are bad examples. I can look at this building, and it's the things on top down there are what you put in to get the thing that comes out the bottom. And there's iconography that doesn't explain much to you, which does kind of suck. But it is one of those things that's like, okay, I've got a cereal factory. It'll take any of those things on top, and it will work on getting you the stuff on the bottom. And so, really all these are, they're just, I put X in and Y comes out, and, you know, Y is worth more than X. And so then it's just recognizing the icons, and some of them are straightforward, and some of them are not as obvious. When it comes to, like, the actual animal stuff, it's kind of the same thing, except it's distinctly saying, like, in, out. What it does instead is, like, it has that bottom icon there that's like, here are the things the animal will eat. So in that case, there's silage, there's hay, there's grass, and I think that's the mixed rations is the last one, which is a complicated thing. But you get the idea. Like, horses, I could feed them grass, I could feed them oats. You don't have to give them all those things. It's like any of those things. Some of them do have multiple requirements. Like that one where it's got the water, it does have a separate need for the water. So it's very much input, output. Like, sheep can survive strictly on just grass and they'll be fine. And then it doesn't tell you what you get out, but you get wool. So in a lot of ways, a lot of those more complicated things, really they look more complicated than they really are. That building with all the animals in it, that's all aesthetic. You can literally just think of it as, like, input, there's just this magic black box, output. So you put this in, it goes into the black box, and then the output pops out. And there's definitely learning. Like, you'll learn that you'll accidentally plow over your own field after you've grown and gone, ah, crap. You know, I did the wrong thing. Like, you'll forget the tools down, you, like, turn around on a field next to a field you planted, actually damage your other field, which isn't that big a deal. You lose a little crop this year, next year you'll get it back. And if you're not playing on the harder economic settings, the game can be very forgiving. You also don't have to horribly indebt yourself to do everything either. You can, like, genuinely when I do my, the challenge I normally play is what I call this, like, the Survivor Man challenge. People have different iterations of it, but the general premise of the Survivor Man challenge is to start on a map that's like nothing on it. You know, they'll have the buy and sell point because the game mechanically requires those to function. But it basically has nothing on it. You start with $0, and then you give yourself like just the bare minimum to be able to make any money at all. If there's contracts on the map, that might be what you use. A lot of people do it where they're not allowed to take contracts because those can be lucrative. Some people just give themselves a chainsaw and like a trailer to drag the logs home. Other people will give themselves like the bare minimum for mowing. You get the idea. They'll give themselves just enough that they can make more than $0, and then they'll build up from there. So it is one of those things that you can build up from literally nothing, and it's fine. It's a little slow, but it's fine. And at the same time, when you start the game, they do give you the choice, like, how hard do you want the economy to be? Do you want to start with like $100,000? Do you want to start with $1 million? Do you want some of that dollars to be a loan, or do you want it to just literally be out of, like, you just have it? Do you want to have it so you have a bunch of money, but it is all a loan that you have to pay off? So you can make the game as challenging or relaxing as you so choose. I normally don't like to take loans in the game. People who've been in the channel have seen most games, unless the game physically forces you to take a loan, I usually won't. Or like, for example, there's a game I played a number of times on the channel that I like called Big Ambitions. I haven't played in a while. They've had a decent number of updates, but you know, it's one of those games that I play as like self-indulgence kind of thing. I play it. Viewers seem to enjoy it, but it is one of those games that nobody looks for. So I usually get like a stream or two, and then we start watching the viewership drop, so I have to switch. But the entire game is like a serial entrepreneur game. You're in like downtown Manhattan. And then you open like this little gift shop, and then you open another store and another store, and you just keep building up your like empire of all these like little restaurants and stores and everything, and slowly like start getting into fights with other big names in the city, so far as like businesses on businesses. But it's a fun little game. But yeah, it is another one of those ones that gets like really sweaty sometimes. The settings are really relaxed. But it is a slow build-up kind of thing. But I do enjoy a lot of that one. That one does run into a problem where after you've opened a bunch of stores, it gets a little repetitive. And at least I do recognize the developers realize that, and so they made ways to streamline it. So you'll take the time to like customize your individual stores early on, like, you know, the same way you'd build like a house in The Sims. And then later on you'd be like, that lot, like, this is my 5th gift store. I don't need to go in there and customize it. I'm gonna hire a crew to go in there and just do it for me, and I'll pay significantly more for them to do it. But hey, man, I'm good for it. Just go away. Just make the store happen. I just want the money. Alright, that'll be 2 more payments to do against our loan. So that's good news. So we've already paid off $100,000 of our loan that we had maxed out. Which means it's just about time for the game to be like, hey man, here's this thing you really wanted. You really wanted, and it hasn't been available yet. We're gonna go ahead and put this available for you, you know, for reasons. Don't worry about it. I'm sure it'll be fine. What's a little more debt between friends? It would be nice to get the sheep up today. If we can manage to snag the McDon, I'll try and save up for the next plot of land and get all that going. We don't care about any of these things. Pay off that section of the loan. Oh, fine, I'll do it. So you're 94. You're just not even close. It's basically the field that's right next to the field I just did. But it's like, all right, well, I mean, that's another $5,000 we'll have paid off, so fine. I did say I'd try and make the cutoff that whether or not I'm willing to consider a contract around $4,000. Trying to see where you are relative to the other stuff. I'll do it this way. Oh, you're way south of me. That's what I'm trying to do, is figure out which way I should be driving to reach it. Alright. Because, yeah, that'll be another payment down, so just knocking down that loan as fast as we can. We can when we think about the fact that we're spending over $1,000 every single in-game day just on interest, every year that's over $10,000 in money. It's just out into the wind. So we want to get rid of that. So you work on that. Pick this up. Meanwhile, let's check in on our stuff. So we got the contract. None of these other contracts are going to bother with, because, like, we can do this wood pickup contract. It's a pretty big one. One thing that is unfortunate that happened is these used to be extremely lucrative. Like, this same contract used to be like $20,000. And so it's just like silly amounts of money. And so I did, like, I even said at the time, I was like, yeah, these do need to be nerfed. Like, this is pretty unbalanced compared to everything else. But at the same time, when they did nerf it, it's like, okay, hang on. You needed to nerf it. You didn't need to, like, nuke it from orbit. Animals. Look like they may have finished off what we had in the trailer, which is not unexpected. I'm just going to check on our numbers here real fast. Yeah, so they emptied the trailer. They still have 6,000, which is still enough for about 3 in-game months. So we've got April, May, June. June is when we can harvest, so we'll be good. Well, the problem still is the other contracts hardly bring in any money. It depends on the contracts. There are definitely contracts that don't pay well enough. So if we look at our contracts here, like that contract, $4,000 for a quick hoeing contract, that's good. The Deadwood contracts, because you can do those relatively fast, honestly, I don't think that's unreasonable. You literally only need a chainsaw to do it. And so that's not that big a deal. The fertilizing contracts, I've seen some of those be alright. But, usually by the time you can really do them and have it be effective, you need to have really good equipment to start with, which kind of undermines the reason to do them. Rock removal, I think, is totally fine. Here, you know what? While we're waiting, I'll show you a rock removal. So we'll borrow the items. Let's see, did they bring them down to Farm Sim 22 levels? AKA pay a pittance, just not worth the time and effort. There's a lot of them I would say are pretty bad. Like, there are definitely a lot of the contracts could certainly use a significant buff. I think the idea is they want to make sure that you farming your own is worth way more, and just brought the contracts down by comparison. Yeah, so I'll do a rock break one. It's 3,000. Like, the wood transport, that could still be decent money. But yeah, like, a lot of these ones where it's like 1,500. The big problem you run into with a lot of these is if it was just 1,500, that would actually be fine. But if you have to lease, it's 1,500 minus 700, doing a $700 contract, $1,200 contract, $900 contract, $800 contract. That's the issue, is they're not worth doing until you have, I mean, you have to do them. But they really don't give you hardly anything if you have to lease stuff. It's only if you already have the equipment. And then once you have the equipment, a lot of times, like, but why would I do the contract when I can, you know, do my own property and get all the money? Which, again, I think is part of the idea. Is that it's just worth more to do your own stuff? I don't know. I personally do feel like there's a lot of contracts that need buffs. Some of the harvest contracts can be really, really good, though. Those ones I think are fine for the most part. But yeah, so the stone breaking contract, the actual process of breaking the stone, this part is easy and quick. Considering I'm getting 3,000 bucks basically for this, this is not a big deal. The big problem with this one is the vehicle's so slow, and just driving it to where the contract is time consuming. Realizing, see, any contract where you have to provide the resource is not worth it from a profit min max. So if you're leasing everything and buying the supplies, I would agree with you. The smaller fields, I'd also agree with you, just because you're wasting a lot of time getting to the contract to not make much money. But when you get those, like, really, really, really big fields, it was just kind of one of those things with the contracts. You'd be like, okay, you can make pretty disgusting amounts of money with the really, really big fields when you own the equipment yourself. Because, like, seeds don't cost very much. The fertilizer's a bit pricey, but they usually pay you pretty well. But like I said, it's kind of one of those things that anytime you have to lease the equipment, you're usually going to be eating a good measurable chunk of the cost of the contract in the lease. Yeah, so like that was 3,000 bucks. Well, 2,000 bucks, sorry. It's 2,000 bucks because it would have been 3,000 if I hadn't leased things. Now, so you did like Farm Sim 25 when it launched. Then you can start with $0 and play on 5 times speed and get 2 or 3 contracts done a month yourself without using workers. It makes a good amount of months that 2 or 3 years you can start your own farm without your own equipment. Yeah, so that's still very doable. Like I said, it's kind of stuff like the harvest contracts are kind of the big ones. Like the harvest contract's good, the hoeing contract's good. Even now after the nerf, the wood transport contracts aren't bad. Because realistically, this wood transport contract, we're probably talking 15-20 minutes for me to do that for 7,500 bucks. The weeding is honestly, that's not a bad contract. If I lease that, that's $500. I'm still making like 3,700 bucks. That one wouldn't take me very long because that's a really, really big weeder. This one probably sucks more because it's only about 1,200 bucks, but the small field. It take me, like, it's because you'd spend so much time getting there and back. That spraying contract sucks because it's too small. It's honestly all the little fields. The little fields are the thing that kind of kill a lot of it. Because the lease cost doesn't really change based on the field size, it's the equipment you get. So if you get a really small field that, like, especially like harvesting, you can literally harvest a field where the field is going to pay you like $800 for harvesting it because it's so small. And then if you lease the equipment, it ends up costing you like $1,200. So you literally pay the person giving the contract $400 to do the work. So I think it's genuinely just the small fields are kind of the big problem. That it's almost like they gotta pad the numbers a little bit and be like, hey, I know it's a tiny little field, but give it a little nudge. Or just literally have a thing in their algorithm that says, hey, the cost of leasing the equipment is more than the contract's worth, just don't offer it. Because one, if you have the money, you're probably not doing it anyways. But that's the thing, is there are good contracts, but there are a lot of bad contracts. Let's see, this map being smaller fields on average would put a major impact on the contract price. Oh yeah, no, that's kind of the thing. You'll probably notice these contracts down here for those 4 fields, I do those most of the time, and these ones as well. Those are usually really good money. But all these ones over here, I almost never do because the vast majority of them, it's just not worth it. You like breaking rocks and cutting wood? Yeah, the deadwood contracts aren't bad. Deadwood can sometimes get you if you just struggle to find the last tree. But usually deadwood's pretty decent. Once in a while, you'll just get unlucky and you'll be walking in circles going, where the expletive is this last tree? That's usually when it's like a hilly spot where you got some like weird angles you might not be able to see around very easily. Okay, so we already dealt with everything here. We paid down our loan 2 notches today. Let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, now the breaking rock contracts, I actually don't take those very often. The work part of it's nice and fast, it's just the rock breaking machine is real slow. And you'll get unlucky and not pay attention. You'll get your rock breaking machine, it'll be like, okay, break the rock up there. And you're like, oh man. And you spend the next 10 minutes just slow boating it up there. But if you're watching, you're like, oh, it's just up the road? Yeah, we'll take that. That's a quick $2,000-$3,000. And then if you buy the equipment yourself, that's like, all right, well, now I just have it. It is one of those things I wish more maps had, is I wish more maps had the large breakable rocks just in general, that you could get land that was cheaper than the other land, but it had those big chunking rocks on it. So there was a need for it. But the issue is the only maps I really know that do that is Silver Run. Like, that's the only map in the game I know that has a bunch of those like random rocks that are big and in the way kind of thing. Yeah, we don't care about any of that. You're told you have the patience of a saint? I mean, there's a lot of things I do here that a lot of people are like, how on earth do you stand that? I'll do those rock breaking contracts, but usually I kind of just doing like the time cost analysis of going, okay, it's gonna take me 20 minutes to get this thing over here and then like 5 minutes to break it. Or if I have any type of income, I can fast forward the day and literally make better money than doing that work. I actually like the work of it. But like I said, I wish there was more maps that outside of contracts you had a reason to use the Stonebreaker. Because then it'd be like, okay, you just keep a Stonebreaker on hand to do those things. All right. So we need to grab our harvester now. Because it would have been nice if they added that to Riverbrand Springs and the Asian map. Given both were after Silver Run. Silver Run being when Rockbreaker was added to the game. Yeah. Even if it was an optional thing. Now, granted, you'd still run into the problem that once you broke the rocks were gone. So it'd be one of those things you'd probably just lease the machine, go on a spender day or two, just rock-breaking spree. Which makes sense. You wouldn't want it to be this thing that your field just randomly get this boulder in it again and again. But it'd be nice to have more value in that. This is my only complaint about dealing with this. This is one thing I feel like they need to give this more wiggle room so far as where it goes in there. Because sometimes, and I think it's a terrain issue, that because it's not perfectly flat, like I'm mostly centered up on that thing. Yeah, I think it's a terrain issue. I think there's just enough of a bump here. I'm not actually getting... There we go. What just... Wait. Please. Just get on here. I'm gonna have to buy a plot of land and just flatten the whole thing. Like, purely flatten the whole thing. Just for managing the NEXAT stuff. There we go. Get on. Okay. So I had to keep holding forward just to get to set. Yeah, because it's really, really sensitive. I do think the NEXAT honestly would benefit from them being like, hey, you know what? We're just gonna give you a little bit more leeway than is necessarily purely realistic. Because sitting there like finagling the thing, being like, come on, you can connect. Come on. Is the whole thing. Plus, while the terrain tools in Farm Sim aren't terrible, they're not amazing. Okay, you figure your stuff out. And while you get all that started, I'm going to quickly run over here, deal with the water, and then we'll grab the trailer, because we'll need that to load up the barley that's being harvested. Okay. Nothing that we care about here. As you look at that and immediately question the point of the green lines that show the connection point, because the tool is so twitchy as that my expectation is green lines, you're in range, auto-connect. So without those green lines, a lot of the headers, you can't even tell which side's forward and back on the thing. Like, it's really kind of rough in that regard. Oh, here, I need to use the restroom real fast so you can watch this thing harvest, and then everyone can curse how ridiculous it is. Anyways, I'll be back in just a couple minutes, so thank you again for tuning in, and I hope you've been enjoying the stream so far. Okay, so we're back. Yeah, so we're working on this. Let's go check. So you did fill up. Like I said, I do want to get this in position to be able to collect that barley for the chickens. All right. So yeah, for getting the cows and sheep and all that up, what are we talking money-wise? I want to get that land for that. So 140,000 for the land I plan on doing the grass on. We will need, probably the sheep will be the cheapest one to do first. 97,000. So we're talking $230,000 between the two of those. And then we need the McDon itself. We've got its header. And it will want a baler as well. So if we get the McDon on sale, great. If not, I think it's 100 something. We're talking a pretty good chunk of change. But there's a lot of things we could benefit from all that as we go. Because for example, if we buy the land first before worrying about the other stuff, even if I don't have what I need to do the grass and the baling and all that, there's still an extra field there. In the meantime, I can just toss some more crops on that field, and that becomes more income. I can technically mow the grass in the little spaces on these properties. I don't think that'll be enough grass to keep the sheep happy, though. Maybe? Oh, cruise control, that was not the time to turn off. Hey, Iggy Mate, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Welcome in, Raiders. How was the stream? What were you streaming? And give me just a moment to go boom and get a shout out for Iggy Mate, another fantastic creator on the platform. Been playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Avowed, and Pillars of Eternity 2, Deadfire recently. So if any of those, would you stop? NPC, please. Please. We don't need to commit this violence today. We have guests. But yeah, so definitely check them out. Definitely good times over there. Let's see, the automod you're using, which one? You see that there's a Bale autoloader on the mod hub? You don't see the universal one? It is universal automod, or sorry, universal autoloader. I am literally using the one called universal autoloader. I didn't check mod hub. I used the in-game mod thing. I tend not to go to the third-party mod locations. Like, they're fine, but I do find there's a little bit more risk in doing that. Because while most mods are fine, to occasionally get like a nefarious party who puts malware or a keylog or whatever out there. Your emotes didn't work. Oh yeah, and if your emotes didn't work, then maybe your sub expired or something like that, or it's or their what's the word, better TTV emotes, and I'd have to just manually add them because they just don't wide open it. Because I've not experienced in my channel, but I've seen other people have like better TTV where it's like, yeah, just let me use any emote we want, and then you have nefarious people popping and do awful stuff. Yeah, the in-game one is Mod Hub. Well, what do you say Mod Hub? You mean Giants Mod Hub? Yeah. But yeah, no, Universal Autoloader was in there. I'm pretty sure it was in there. I could be, am I wrong? Did I get that from a third party? Man, I don't remember. I added a bunch, like, a while ago. Yeah, if you don't see it there, maybe I did get it from a third location. Oh, you know what I may have done? I want to say they actually had the repository available on GitHub. I may have grabbed it from there. Because, like, it was you could see it was the devs behind the initial one. You think it's just a Twitch mobile bug? Yeah. Twitch mobile does like to not work reliably. But yeah. So if you're not familiar with what you're seeing right now, so we are playing some Farming Simulator 25, which is the new version of the game. The devs were kind enough, well actually, yes, the devs were kind enough to give me the, why do you have to push that truck around everywhere I go? Give me a minute. My worker's a big bully. But yeah, so we're playing because it's got a dare drop going on right now, so we can earn keys for the community to get them access to the full game as well as the NEXAT DLC. For those who don't know what the NEXAT is, that's this abomination of a vehicle. It can do everything. It's, you know, it takes your first, second, and third mortgage to afford it. It's cumbersome, it's unwieldy, it's weird. Apparently in the real world, only like 10 of these are in operation. It's basically, we said, we have a simple problem. What is the most we can over-engineer it? And that's where you got the NEXAT from. To me, when you turn it like this, it looks like someone's just got a laminator and just, you know, instead of paper coming out with plastic, fields disappear or get cultivated or weeded or whatever attachments I put on it. But yeah, it is a ridiculous piece of equipment that is incredibly impractical. And the AI drivers don't really seem to know how to handle it, which is fair. Because I feel like the non-AI drivers also don't really know how to handle it. That it's just this weird, really wide, and very short machine. Over-engineered a German company said the same name. In the same breath, let me clutch my pearls. That's a stereotype that's out there. When you need a master's degree in physics to drive a farm implement? Well, apparently, like, the actual machine in real life can be driven remotely. So you can just, like, sit back in your control room and, like, path out where it should go, and it'll just do. But yeah, the problem is, because it's so wide and flat, that, any not flat terrain is just a bad time for it. So you go over, like, the tiniest little hill, and it beaches the middle on it, slowly drags itself along. Like, cool, man. This is great. Under perfect conditions, it's wonderful. Only under perfect conditions. But for the dare drop, I need to use the NEXAT and all 11 of its implements. And we're doing pretty good on that regard. I believe I'm missing the cultivator, the weeder, the slurry header, and the sprayer. And there's one other I'm missing. Oh, and the harvester for corn and sunflowers. That I've got all the other ones right now. So once I've used all of those, that'll be a dare drop done. And we need 20 of every animal. Right now we have just chickens. They are giving us egg. And then we also need to get $1 million using production chains, which I had to reach out to dare drop because, like, the game doesn't actually track how much we make with production chains. How am I supposed to, like, show you that? And they were kind of like, just make $1 million and show that the production chain has done something. That's good enough. It's like, cool. Realistically, I'm going to make $1 million by production chains because that's just a good way of making money in the game. But that works. But at the moment, we're farming some barley here. We are primarily using that to feed chickens. And then the surplus we're selling. I would like to get a flour mill so that I get more money out of my barley. Because just the way Farm Sim works, you take a product, and if you use a production chain to make it into a different product, you usually get like 1.5-ish what your initial value was. So if I put $1,000 worth of barley into a flour mill, I'll usually get about $1,500 worth of flour. And it does stack, and there are multiple layers. So if I go from barley to flour to bread, then it's 1.5 and 1.5. So it is fantastic. Because that means every single year I get that little extra. The problem is, I'm horrifically in debt. We've worked our debt down to $380,000 because that ridiculous abomination that I'm driving costs both my kidneys and 3 mortgages and the firstborn and probably the secondborn too. It's an expensive machine. Sheep would need a big field of grass. So I want to say in Farm Sim that yes, the sheep do eat a lot of grass. I want to say it's not really that much area needed for it. Like in real life, you need a lot more space. I feel like Farm Sim, it wasn't that bad. Like I will need a dedicated spot. That's actually the only thing holding us up from getting the other animals right now. Is my intention is once I have the money, I'm going to buy this plot of land over here. We're going to get rid of that field and make it into a big grass area. And then I will use that to farm grass so that I can make bales of grass to feed the sheep. So like, wait, we'll have sheep, horses, cows, and I think the pigs can actually eat the barley. Can the pigs eat the barley? The pigs can eat almost everything in this game. Like the pigs are not picky. That's not what I needed. I want to look at construction. Pigs. Yeah, so the pigs can eat barley. Like they will eat just about anything you got laying around. And for the large pig farm, I need a lot more money. But honestly, it might be worth doing. Where's your output spot? That's what I'm trying to see right now. Okay, so you got the inputs net, that's silo. Right. So pigs make slurry. That's right. So you either sell the pigs themselves or you make slurry. And then the slurry you use as a fertilizer. So like the pigs you can sell the pigs and actually make decent money. It's just annoying to have to go through the UI to do it. It's something I haven't bothered doing before, but that's fine. Slurry and manure, same with cows. Right, but the cows also give you milk. But yeah, so slurry is a fertilizer in this game. You just plunk it down. Need straw bedding to get manure? Yeah, I'd have to look at what we need for a lot of that stuff, though. Because that's what I don't remember is... I never really did much with the slurry and the manure in the game. Alright, so get you into position to start emptying this thing out. Like, I know they're both used as fertilizers. But I want to say it was something like you need multiple applications of the slurry and manure and all that to get the same as one pass of the fertilizer you buy. Missed a spot? And the harvesting, not that I'm seeing. And the harvesting, I think we're good. Yeah. But so you've not done much with it either, too, mostly due to requiring huge amounts of both just to fertilize small fields. Yeah, no, when I planted, it was leaving like little grooves that were empty here. Alright. So, in the meantime, we'll get you just sitting there, not doing anything, because I don't need you for anything right now. So we got our 42,000 liters of barley. And my chickens use about 24,000 liters of barley a year. The thing is one of those things that pumps and hoses was meant to improve the application of, to use raw manure and slurry to make another fertilizer type. Yeah. Which is always weird, because that, if I remember correctly, the pumps and hoses, that was a third-party DLC. Like, it got published by Giants, but it was developed by someone else. Because remember there was like 2 or 3 of them that were like that. That was one of the few DLC I did not get. Because for everything I'd heard from pretty much everyone is they're like, it's fine. Alright, so give our chickens some barley. Get back into position to get the eggs. All in all, I'll probably mostly just do the one pass with the slurry. One, just to try, because I haven't done it in forever. Okay, so we harvested the field. Is there any contracts we can't live without kind of thing? So you're fed. The contract-wise... that's fine. No, we're good. Our greenhouses, the mushroom greenhouse will need water soon, but otherwise it looks like things are good. No new sales going on that we care about. Alright, let's go ahead and advance the day, because September is when I plant the barley again. So we don't have anything I really desperately need to do right now. I should probably also introduce myself. I am Rual, Storge, play variety games here on Twitch. We are doing a subathon right now to celebrate my 3-year partnerversary, as well as a belated birthday thing. Just gonna mash them together into one subathon. It's been going really good. We're on day 3 and I still got 21 hours on the clock. The way I do my subathons is I do not stream for 24 hours because it's not healthy and usually actually hurts your viewership and your ability to request keys and sponsors and everything. It's bad. It's bad is what it is. It's fine if you're doing like a 24-hour stream, but like trying to do the thing where you just keep the stream going the whole time, we're finding more and more it's not good. You get like a little bit of benefit, a long term of not good. Oh, I forgot to switch that to full only. So what I do is I wrap up at my normal time, which is 4 a.m. EST, and then I just start very early the next day, and I don't take days off until the subathon's over. While I'm not streaming, the timer does not go down, and that we have had milestones to go. The milestones we've unlocked is I will do a RimWorld Evil Colony. People have seen me play RimWorld. Generally speaking, I don't cannibalize people, I don't organ harvest, I don't do any of that. We play as somewhat reasonable human beings. I've done all those things in the past. This isn't me being judgy about it. It's just very genuine. The game is actually easier when you're completely unhinged. And so over the years, I found I actually much more enjoy playing the game as, like, again, a rational, reasonable human being. Still nothing we care about. That would actually not be bad for a cover anything. So next in-game month, we will cultivate that field. We will do all the things we need to do with it. All right. Yeah, so we're slowly paying down our debt, and we're mostly just managing our chickens and our barley. I do really need to expand the farm. We've just been spending all of our money on the NEXAT and all its equipment, and paying our horrendous loan. Yeah, it's all stuff. I won't worry about it. Okay, so check on the chickens are fine. Contracts, that's not what I'm willing to do because it's red beets and red beets are awful. That is ridiculous amount of money for cultivating. But unfortunately, I need my tractor for other things right now, so that's not going to happen. Alright, so we'll get you. You're fine. So what I need to do is grab the cultivator, start cultivating this field. And then we'll check to see. It shouldn't need lime. So it'll probably be cultivate, seed the field. And then after we seed the field, I'll have to do a pass with the hoe to prevent the weeds from growing in. And all that. And this time, you can change what it considers the width of the machine. I'm going to deliberately fudge the width to pretend it's smaller than it is, so that we don't get those weird, like, little gaps we did the last time. Alright, so let's turn you into travel mode. Drop off your harvesting implements real quick. I don't feel like I should feel nearly this close to the ground in this thing. I'm back to work mode. Scooch on over here. We will drop the header off. Back up. We'll drop the hopper off. Cool, that'll be really annoying to deal with later. Okay, so you sit there for a moment. I just need to get you out of the field. Now you're getting compliments from Huppy? Oh no. How dare. Who would dare compliment? Alright. Yeah, so the thing we would want next for the NEXAT is I would want the cultivator here, which is 200,000. I'm going to try to hold out buying that until I have some surplus money. Just because I would have to horrifically indent myself yet again. I mean, we're still... I can't even indent myself enough. Yeah, I would have to manage to make $70,000 happen and max out my loans again to get that right now, so we're not worrying about today. "36 hours later, your internet is finally back on." Well, I'm glad you got your internet back. I am sorry you were stuck in the Shadow Realm for quite that long, but it's good to have you back. But yeah, so we'll get this cultivated, we get it seeded, we get all that stuff going. That'll be good. So hopefully here we can get that money to start expanding things. I see we're back at the farm. Yep, we are trying to get these last objectives taken care of. Honestly, very realistically, we've got, I believe we've crossed the point where I have over of the half of the next act implements. I'm literally just missing the slurry header, the weeder, the harvesting header for corn and sunflowers. What else? The cultivator and the harrower. And I believe once I have that, we have all of them. So that'll be good. So we're over halfway there. As far as the animal goes, I've got the header for the McDon, which is the windrower. So that mows grass and puts into a pile, makes it really convenient for us to pick up later. So we could do like really fast mowing with that, and then come behind it with the the baler. So we've already got that started. I just need to acquire a tile of land that has, you know, room for growing grass. And then once I've got that set up, we will be good for the other animals. With all those attachments, you can take over the neighbor's field. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking realistically playing this game, if you're trying to have this be a rational or reasonable farm, you are going through and, like, buying a tile like 45 there and just leveling the whole tile to be perfectly flat because the NEXAT needs that to not have panes. And just basically having your NEXAT parking lot where you just put all the implements nice and organized, gaps in between them, so you can just drive in, shift over, grab that one, grab that one. Honestly, I would probably even low-key, I would probably go in addition to that and try and put like 2 like light posts or whatever, almost as like a brace, so that when it comes like grabbing the hopper, you can shove it against those so that it grabs very easily, pick it up, and go to the next thing. Oh yeah, no, like, just the machine, no attachments, just the machine is $655,000. So not even able to do anything yet, just basically the engine with the wheels on it kind of thing is $655,000, and each attachment is roughly in the area of $150,000 to $200,000. How much was that big flatbed? A little overkill. Oh, the big flatbed for the truck. That was only like 30 or 40,000 or something like that. That wasn't that expensive. Like, but that's one of those things that once we get the sheep, I'll also have wool I'll be chucking on there, and once we get the cows, I'll have milk to chuck on there. If we get any production lines, we'll get flour and stuff like that to chuck on there. The big thing I need is we want to upgrade this cultivator. This cultivator is about as big as I can get on this tractor, but we cannot get on the NEXAT the big 14-meter cultivator. That'll be really good, but it's $200,000. So I called the bank man, and they said no. They said I borrowed enough money. So we're making do with this for right now. But as we continue to grow the farm and add more to it, our annual income goes up a little bit more each and every year. And with every little bit extra we're making, means that much less time to get the next thing. Which is very, very typical of farm. It's the same thing that happens in Tycoon games, where you get like Roller Coaster Tycoon, and when you first start, an individual staff member is a considerable chunk of your income having them, so you got to be really careful about who you hire. But then once you get off the ground and you get a couple fairly lucrative rides, then suddenly you stop caring because, like, oh, we need a janitor? Yeah, I'll hire 5 real fast. I can afford it. Like, as the stuff grows and your amount of money you make each cycle grows, it's not like you're always struggling at that little margin. Your margin just gets bigger and bigger and bigger, that you don't have to be as careful. Part of me can see a reality where if you have a flat enough map, like there's a modded map called No Man's Land that was one of the most popular maps in Farm Sim 22. It's basically a map that has nothing on it, but it does have some like rolling hills and that kind of stuff and some forests and whatever. But it's a good map. It was one of my favorites. But they also had one, I forget the name of it, but it was the same idea, but it was supposed to be like in the middle of nowhere, Texas. And that map is like flat as flat can be. Like it's like someone just like straight across. There's like 1 or 2 minor changes of elevation on the map. So taking that second map, I could see someone making a map where they just wanted to build around the NEXAT, making these like absurdly large, narrow, like these giant fields that are just flat. And then on top of that, I could see in that situation having all the attachments for the NEXAT and then running like 2 or 3 of the actual NEXAT machines. So you'd have like one machine going and cultivating a field, have another one seeding a field, having another one harvest a field. and just sharing the attachments between them, which feels weird. Because that thing is a behemoth. Yeah, it's surprising how long the cold weather's been sticking around. I mean, I guess it's still March. Yeah, no, it's still normally cold during March. I was like, man, the winter's really lingering. It's like, oh yeah, no. From when I lived in Michigan, yeah, we still had brisk Marches. March was usually around the time winter properly started breaking, and that you'd start entering spring. But you'd sometimes still have snowy, brisk days in March. So it snowed on Monday in Seattle area? Yeah. Weather's getting all the more chaotic. Things I'm glad we don't have to deal with in Farm Sim. Where it's just like, hey, climate change is happening. Your winter was worse than expected. A bunch of your plants died. Also, summer's here. Heat wave is happening. Okay, well your farm lost power because like the power plant overloaded. Also, a bunch of your plants fried because it was too hot this year. And you just have to live with that. Your fifth once-in-a-lifetime hurricane has rolled through in the last decade. Make that a thing that only shows up on the Riverbend map, since that's supposed to be like vaguely southeast US. You don't just get storm, you get like tropical cyclone. Not really. Because like the way it implemented, you just have it, reduce the yield of your crop, which would be annoying. And then the thing you'd actually do in real life is you'd want to secure all of your belongings, kind of thing, indoors and whatever, or anchor them down or whatever. And I can see that being problematic. It's the kind of stuff that could sound interesting on paper, but as far as gameplay itself, be like, oh, it's just a thing where you look at your weather forecast. And it'd be just effectively a month you lose or something like that. Yeah, so get this sorted out here in a minute. And then it'll be time for the... Oh, I'll have to get the fertilizer back out of the fertilizer wagon. To top off the cedar. As tall as the NEXAT is, I wonder if I can get underneath. There's the, you can get these, like, overhanging silo things that you'll put stuff like seeds and fertilizer, that kind of stuff in. And the entire idea is you would drive whatever vehicle is. Like, when you go out to seed your field, you drive your vehicle underneath it to where, like, the opening for your container is. Dump the seeds from the thing overhead into your seeder and then drive on. I wonder if the NEXAT's going to be too tall to get underneath that. It's just another annoying thing to deal with. Yeah, we're at in Florida. It's been a weird year. We had some pretty cold days, but not as bad as we had the last couple. We had 2-3 years ago, we had really bad freezes in Florida. That it was genuinely a major concern that it wiped out a lot of the citrus farms. And there was a lot of the local wildlife didn't endure it particularly well, especially the manatees. They got rocked. But this past year, the winter was pretty mild. It's like normally in Florida we'll have like 1 or 2 days in our winter that go below freezing at like the middle of the night. But usually it's not long enough to matter. Like, it'll be just like a very minor dip below freezing and then come back up. That usually just kind of like toss a plastic bag over.
Thank you, Burn and Sun 1, for gifting a sub to Gimrus.
And thank you, Burn Sun, for gifting a Tier 1 Sun to Gimrus, putting another 10 minutes on the clock, so thank you so much for that, and I do appreciate that support.
Thank you, Burn and Sun 1, for gifting a sub to SounderFan84.
Oh, looks like someone's sniping. And thank you, Burning Sun, for the Tier 1 sub for SounderFan. Making sure no one has to deal with ads, because no one should have to deal with ads. It is just the nature of the platform that's how it financially supports this. It is what it is. But thank you so much for those gifty subs. I do appreciate putting yet another 10 minutes on the clock, making sure we don't fall below that 21 hours for very long. The fun part is, when the streamathon started, technically on the clock we had 22 hours and 55 minutes, I think it was. I don't remember. It's something like that. Because what I did is I started at 9 hours, because that's my normal stream length. And then I padded it out for everyone who did a Tier 2, Tier 3, Ko-Fi, and Patreon, that kind of thing. In the month of March before the streamathon, I went ahead and put them on the clock because everyone was good at, you know, like, very, very generous on supporting, let's see, you know, supporting the channel and all that with the Plus program. We did lock in our last month of the Plus program, so we are good with the 60-40 split until April next year. The end of April next year will be when that expires if I don't re-qualify or whatever it is. Let's see, you just refreshed your own sub, but its renewal date is in like 4 days, so there was no announcement, and now you can't upgrade your sub to Tier 3 for the subathon. 4 days? Gotcha. It's weird that it won't let... I mean, my assumption is if you tried to upgrade, it would come into effect in 4 days. Would be my assumption of how that works. Either way, I do appreciate it, regardless. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that support. And with the subathon, like, it was mind-boggling how this whole thing kicked off. I started the subathon, put up the clock, and, you know, people immediately did a couple of subs and all that to kick it over. And we got a golden Kappa hype train. And just everything became completely unhinged, and people were generous and ridiculous. And sadly, the golden Kappas are gone. But if you try to upgrade, it just says, you've made a subscription update lately. Further updates will be available on March 25th. No more buns. Which, hey, I'm not some, like, savant of business, but there is one thing I know from all my time dealing with business strategy and all that kind of stuff, and that I did do a couple business classes in college. And if there's anything I know more than anything else possible when it comes to business, is there is no single more important thing for a business to remain functional than to be able to accept people's money. Every single successful business, that is the single most important aspect. If you cannot get paid, your business will not last. When someone says, I would like to give you money, you figure out how to make that happen. The hard part's supposed to be convincing people to give you money, not the mechanics around accepting said money. Because you'd think that, like, okay, March 25th is when it expires. Like, whatever. Fair enough. They don't want you to pay, like, the full price for, like, 4 days. So I could see that going a couple ways where either, one, you'd upgrade, and maybe they prorate the price or something like that, or even just says, hey, you're upgrading, you're gonna lose 2 or 3 days. That would suck, but at least, you know, that would still work. Or it'd be like, okay, you're upgrading, this will take effect on insert day. But just being like, no. Like, do you like money? Like, I'm under the impression Daddy Bezos here is really, really into that whole money thing. That Daddy Bezos is like, I demand more money. Why aren't you giving me more money, Twitch? Have you given me money yet today, Twitch? I feel like we should have more money, Twitch. Okay, so we got you hooked up. I also just realized I need to grab you and kick the fertilizer out of this wagon over here. I haven't watched much Simpsons in a very long time. I do like that skit. I can't remember who it was that owed the mafia in The Simpsons money, but just like the mob boss showing up at their house, you know, I think he had like a laser-sighted ice pick or something like that. And it was like, the wife walks up to me. She won't shut up about the money. She's like, where's that ice cream money? Have you gotten that ice cream money yet? So I must ask you, where is the ice cream money? Or like whatever it was. Can't remember who it was. They've had a couple of times where people owed money to the mob in The Simpsons as a major plot point or whatever. I know they had Krusty the Clown owed him money. I know Homer owed him money. There was one that was a weird one. I can't remember if it was like Marge or someone owed them money at one point, like from some weird thing. Man, I don't remember. It's been so long since I watched that show. Oh, wait. Wait, no, that should be your fertilizer, right? You should be fertilizer? Yeah, you're 1,000 liters of fertilizer. Why no take fertilizer? Am I too close? There we go. We just had to drive all over it a bunch of times, roll it around a little bit. I have no idea if 12% of this thing is enough for a field. I think it might be. If not, I will regret it somewhat. So what I'm going to try doing this time... Oh yeah, no, if I use the AI, it'll automatically top off the fertilizer. Well, not top off. It won't draw from the fertilizer. So what I'm going to try doing this time with the AI is the last time it skipped spots. So we're going to pretend that implement on it is ever so slightly smaller than it actually is, and tell it to do it. I'm also facing the wrong way, which is not going to help the AI manage anything, because the AI is not very good at driving the giant laminator. Best of luck, buddy. There you go. Had to think about it a moment, apparently. Alright, so, eggs are sorted. We don't have anything here we need to deal with. Contracts, $9,000. Nope. Peas, nope, you can keep your money. Red beets, not enough. That's a really big cultivating contract. But no. The chickens are content. Greenhouse needs topping off. Yeah, and I do appreciate those gifty subs, and I do appreciate the attempts to upgrade your sub. All that support does mean a whole heck of a lot. Couldn't do it without you. Like, very, very genuinely. And I know basically every content creator says the same thing. It's like, you know, you never expected it to be this way. You never expected channels to grow. You never expected to be able to actually, like, do this full-time, make a living, fill in all those gaps. And, you know, all of it's still true. Even though we all say it. But, like, I never intended on doing anything with the content creation thing. Like, that's just... It wasn't the plan, wasn't anything like that. And so it still does blow my mind that here we are, I've been doing this for almost 4 years, and, like, full-time as my livelihood for basically 3 years. But aren't you glad you started and still going strong? Oh, yeah. Well, that's one of those things, like, when I started streaming, I had zero intention of doing anything. I was streaming for a handful of friends. We've been playing a game together, and I wanted them to see, like, my perspective of the game kind of thing. because we had just been talking about it, and one of my friends couldn't log into the game for a little while, but could be on the internet. I was like, yeah, I'll try streaming it. Because I think before that I had streamed technically like one time that I was doing a speed run event that my older brother had talked me into, and you know, I had to stream it to count, so I was just like, whatever, but I didn't have like a mic on, it wasn't on camera, like we didn't do anything, like it wasn't, the point wasn't to have like literally anyone tune in. I don't even think anyone did tune in through the whole time, because that wasn't the point. The point was to have the recording, because like for a little bit of a competition, because just the way it worked, it was what, like Mystery Funhouse or whatever. So it was blind speed run. So they get you on a game that you'd never played before against someone else who had also never played the game before, and the goal was to be the first person who could finish whatever the objective was, whether it was to beat the game or get to a certain level. You know, they'd try to estimate it for like 2 hours of gameplay or whatever. You guys started chill vibes, and you've cultivated are some of the best around. Well, thank you. But yeah, so like I'd done that, so I knew I could stream. But yeah, when I found out, I was like, yeah, I'll download OBS and, you know, try streaming my perspective, see what you can see. And did that. Hey, Online Heart. And thank you. I need to buy this field south of us so this suffering stops. And the reason this is suffering is those are very, very steeply elevated. And I can't fix it because I don't own the land past where I've already elevated it. So I can't level it out. If I buy this field to the south, I can probably level it out and make that not the pain it is. I can make it a very gradual slope versus just forward 45 and then flat. That's it's one of those lessons that every time I take a little bit of a break from farm sim and come back, I always have to remind myself. You can do a lot of good stuff with the terraforming in the game, so far as like flattening the land out and all that. But in a lot of cases when you're building the buildings, you want to like get things set up the way you want before you put down the building. Because once it's down, you have to delete the building at a loss to try and correct its position and everything. Okay, so I've got that all hooked up for there. You're fine here. Let's get you hooked back up for collecting eggs, because that'll be the next thing I need to do is sell the eggs. Meanwhile, our worker is slowly making the seed in the field and all that. Alright. Nothing new to add here. What I could do in the meantime is I won't need to, we don't need to lime. I can't fertilize right now because our cedar is fertilizing. And you can't back-to-back fertilize. But what I can do in the meantime is while that figures its stuff out, I'll start following around the outside and doing that. Are you still skipping a spot? Even though I had you treat that as narrower, are you still skipping a line? It's fine if it is. It just tells me I need to make it even smaller the next time. It's fine. Would you get yourself sorted, my man? Go. Looks like an RC car of some kind. It doesn't look like real farming equipment. It looks like some remote control lawn mower. You know, something that like your neighbor gets that they spent $200-300 on. It only works okay, but you know, it's kind of cool in being that weird novelty of it. Yeah, I even told it to reduce, pretend that the width of the thing is smaller. I might just try doing that again. I'm hoping it isn't a thing like it's hard-coded to make sure it leaves the gap. Because again, that's realistic of real life for it. You'll get there, don't worry. That's fine. We'll tinker with it. Because I'm pretty sure if I make it set it narrower enough, it won't leave those gaps in between its rows. But that's the thing we got tinker, is just tinker with the AI a little till we get there. I do wonder if someone's gonna make a mod that's like NEXAT AI improvements or something like that. It's just someone makes an alternate version of the driving AI just to work well with the NEXAT. Since there's so many like weird funkiness around it. Spotify just gives you absolute witch slap. Just went from soft indie folk straight to death metal. Oh yeah, where it's like, let me predict stuff you like, and just kind of goes anywhere and everywhere it thinks. It might also be that I just realistically, I just need to do that myself. Okay. Yeah, so I'm just trying to follow behind it and hoe the field, so as soon as it's done, we'll be just behind a couple seconds and get this done. And then that'll be this field done until next month. We will need to fertilize it real quick. And then after that, it's good till harvest time. Yeah, I think next time we do the cedar, I'll try knocking it down another 2 meters. On how wide do you think it is? Let's see, what is the time left in the corner for? I am doing a streamathon. So the time left is basically how much time's left on the streamathon clock. That basically I'll do extended stream hours and not take days off until that timer's gone. Anytime I'm not actually streaming, the timer pauses. But I basically stream till 4 a.m. EST, and I've been starting very early, whereas my normal start time is 7 p.m. EST. So I normally do a 9-hour stream, but like right now, like yesterday was like 16 hours or something like that. I don't anticipate going nearly that long today. Yesterday it's because we were playing Prison Architect on a challenge mode, and I was basically trying to go till we died. And it kept looking like we were finally gonna, have the whole thing start burning down and imploding around me. And it kept not. And then finally I got frustrated because there was a couple times I'm like, no, I should have gotten a game over by now. Like, with what's going on, it's like, I should have gotten this game over. What's going on here? Come to find that at some point when Paradox took over Prison Architect, they took the lose conditions when you turn them on, and like really, really made them hard to hit the lose conditions, to the point that I actively was trying to sabotage it to finish, because when I had lost like 15, 16 prisoners in a day and it didn't even give me the warning being like, hey, you're on thin ice, I was like, what? It took us, just to get the warning, I had to kill, have 30 plus prisoners die in the course of a day. And then I still failed to fail because the way that works. is you get a warning that says you can't let more than this many die the next day. And it used to be only like 2 or 3, like a really small number. So once you got that warning, you were in a bad place. And with this, it was 20. And so I actively basically sabotaged things, and I still escaped the lose condition. And we got to the point where I deleted all the food for the prisoners to just anger everyone. Still didn't lose. Got rid of all the guards. Still didn't lose. Started deleting walls so the prisoners could just walk out into, escaping. And it still took a while to lose even with that. And I'm like, what did you do to this game? This game used to genuinely be kinda hard. Like, if you played, like, where you were bringing in prisoners really quick, or you got really dangerous prisoners, that thing, you could make it easy, too. But yeah, that definitely spoiled the game pretty bad for me. I was pretty aggravated by the end of stream. That's like, I did this challenge run that used to be really hard and interesting to do, and now it's a big old nothing burger. Because we're doing the endless intake one, where no matter what you do every single day, you get like 24 prisoners and deal with it. So you don't get the chance to plan things out carefully. It's just, more prisoners are coming, slap in another room. But we don't have enough food. That's a later problem. Build the next room. We'll figure it out in post. All right. Yeah, so again, we'll try... So I think I said it... So it started at 40 meters as it's working with, and I knocked it down to 13.8. So we'll try 13.6 next time and see if that makes any difference. Because I would like to avoid having these, like, narrow lines of not actually seated. Alright, just get you out of the way real fast. I didn't go far enough. Okay. Just got this row. And at that point, I've already hit the head row we already did. And then this row, and then that's done. And the next in-game day, we'll want to fertilize, and that's fine. Yeah, because we didn't... Like, yesterday, I wasn't doing that. Clearly, I didn't come up with a hot fix or something, because, like, the repair thing's still what it is. But, like, the other day, we definitely didn't have the tracks on the sides being left behind by it. Which I'm fine if they're like, hey, this is deliberately how it's supposed to work because that's how it works in real life. Fair enough. But video game logic, it feels like the kind of thing I can just circumvent. Alright. I'm gonna go right over here. Kick out all the stuff there. Because we'll need that fertilizer to fertilize the field the next day. Drive you right over here, get in position. Drop off this equipment because we'll probably use the harvester next. There we go. Just need a little momentum to shove it off. Alright, so we should be good there. Any new sales? Nothing we care about. We already dealt with the greenhouses. The chickens are fine. There's no more paying down my loan. We spent a bunch of money on our AI to do the work. Ate into our profit pretty good, but that's what it is. And what we can do from here is once we get that sorted, I put down my layer of fertilizer here to get the maximum yield we can out of our barley. It'll get all that going. Alright, so pay down the loan a little bit more. Any contracts that are huge? No, those are all terrible. Chickens are happy. Greenhouses are fine. So I need to grab the fertilizer wagon. And go over here to grab the fertilizer. I mean, honestly, if it didn't do like the weird hedgerow pattern, that wouldn't look bad having those like straight shots in there. With the weird hedgerow pattern, it's a little bleh. And turn on steering assist. There's the spot. There'll also be another one is once we get the NEXAT to also have the sprayer on it. I won't even need this step here. Like the NEXAT will be able to do that too. It'll be a little weird having the NEXAT drive over the field and then the exact same piece of equipment drive over the field a second time. So like you have first pass, we do the cultivator. Second pass, we do the seeder. Third pass, we do the weeder. Fourth pass, we do the fertilizer, like the sprayer. All just the same machine going over the same field again and again and again. Same exact width, same exact everything, but just the new instrument. It's gonna be a little strange just driving over the field with the exact, like you just swap the header and just keep on going. We just don't really have the equivalent of that in the game at this point. Alright, one more pass and the field will be fully fertilized. Yeah, it's a shame with the way this is. being able, like, not being able to disable the head rows. Because I feel like that would make it look way better. Be definitely an interesting pattern. Just look around your farm and see like the straight line tracks everywhere. I could see a certain level of an aesthetic to that. All right. And then with that, we'll be done with the fertilizer, and we will be good with this this field until September. Oh, sorry, June. Cool. All right, so. No new sales. No new contracts we care about. You okay, animals? There you go. Animals are doing fine. What is this hang? Alright. And that would take care of October. So November is... Let's save and reload the game here. We're gonna fast forward. I'm gonna save and reload the game because I'm getting a weird hang like every menu I'm pulling up. And I'm not sure what that's about because that's the first time we've had that. Hey, Miguel. Hope things are good over there. Yep. Let's reload the game because something funky's going on here. We're gonna save. We're gonna exit the save and reopen the save and just see if that sorts it out. So, because I definitely don't want that hanging constantly. I'm gonna kill the game sound for a moment so that we go to the main screen and blast the music. And why does this map weirdly show me the hooves of an animal zoomed in that I don't have? Okay. When that happened last time, it got stuck, and I had to Alt F for it. That's fine. We'll just fully reboot the game. That's what we're doing. We're fully rebooting the game. I'll be watching Family Guy in the background. That's fun. Yeah, so it's going to be taking just a minute to reload the game. We were just getting this weird hang like every 30 seconds there at the end for some reason. That I'm not sure what it was about. Something like got stuck in memory, or maybe the NEXAT had some like weird physics thing going on or something like that. But rather than having it where it just hang and go, figure just reload the game. Let's not fight it. So bear with me and reload the save. While that's loading, I'm gonna go ahead and use the restroom real fast. I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. Get more involved. I don't want to be here. I missed. Getting one of the things that really makes it easier to pick up trees. That's not what I want. I knew that was coming the moment that happened.
Well, he certainly doesn't need that anymore.
She, man. Nicely done. I have been claimed by the landmines in many a place. Okay, we're back here. Turn the game sound back on. I just didn't want to blast y'all with the title music really loud. But hopefully we won't have those... whatever that, little performance hitch was there. Okay. No new sales we care about. It is day to sell the eggs, so let's get these eggs for sale. I will need to reset the water trailer and the barley trailer so that they keep being drawn from. But this will be good. That means I'll be able to pay down my loan a whole lot. Yeah, no, things are good here. Just weirdly was having like some strange performance hitch there. The first time we've had that, but it was like happening every couple seconds there after we harvested that, or sorry, seeded that field. We seeded the field and like when I parked with the NEXAT, it just got mad. I'm guessing one of the attachments didn't quite settle on the ground right, and so physics was just having a fit. Because that happens in almost all simulation games. You'll just have those weird one-off situations where something's clipping in a way it's not supposed to be possibly able to do, and the game's trying to rectify and doesn't know what to do with it, and ends up just breaking things. There's our 55,000 worth of eggs sold for the day. We can go to our loan. And we're now down to 300,000 from the 500,000 we had gone in debt to. We don't want to do that harvesting contract, that's fine. Hey, Devlin, how's it going? I just need to take this. Come on, give me that sweet spot. That's fine. We'll actually leave you connected here. Let's check on the thing. So the chickens are fine. There's no contracts we care about here because that's a red beet contract and you couldn't pay me, which is literally what they're trying to do. Our mushroom and all that's good. Yep, okay, so we're fine. Insomnia hitting hard, no sleep for you it seems. That's no fun. I know how that goes all too well. Alright, so same thing as last time. We're going to be dropping off whatever barley the chicken coop will take, and we're going to want to hold on to about 3,000 liters on top of that, so that way I have enough feed for the chickens all the way through till my next harvest of barley. But everything we have on top of that we want to sell, which will give us somewhere in the area of like $15,000, $16,000. There was just a moment it showed. Come on. Okay, so you're topped off. And I can sell all but about $3,000 worth of this barley, and I'll have plenty of feed for the chickens then. Nothing we want to do there. Interestingly, that's the same trailer I have here if we did want to manage multiple, but I don't think we want to spend the money on that. As that would be just kind of nice from a mild convenience standpoint. $25,000 for something I just don't actually need would be better served on pretty much anything that can make me money. Alright.
Thank you, Bernard Sun 1, for gifting a sub to Diva.
And thank you, Burning Sun, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Divalon. The Divalon, you know, Divalon, enjoy your nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to emote. Can't have ads blasting you back awake. Exactly. I will have to ask you to keep it in English, just because, you know, I do have to moderate. Ah, that looks familiar. I'm assuming that's the word for, like, subscription on the last one. But yeah, it's just one of those things I gotta watch it, just because you never know. Like, I'm not expecting a problem, but it is what it is. If I don't moderate, I can get my channel suspended, so I gotta understand what's being said to know whether or not I need to moderate. Okay, so you're all good in all those things? Ah, yeah, okay, so does Twitch is just generic response? Yeah, like I know some German, but it's one of those things that
This sleep
I'm rusty.
segment is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends, where you can pay to win.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
Thank you, Cookie, for 100 biddies. For the record, not sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. Though they have certainly tried. I sold all of the barley. I wasn't supposed to sell all the barley. I just autopiloted. Okay, that's fine. So we technically will be short on feed a day and a half. I'm pretty sure I have nothing left in here at all, just in case. Yep. Well, so at some point I'm gonna need to do a contract. That we can snag some grain. Or I will have to buy grain. It's fine. Or not. Who really knows? Yeah, no, I was just strategically using that to pay down my loan. That's all it was. I know the chickens can fend for themselves. I've seen how they fight. But regardless, can't undo it. Most likely it means I'm gonna have to buy a package or two of feed for the chickens, which is gonna be pretty frickin' expensive. It's gonna probably set us back like $3,000 or so on feed. Okay, we don't need any of that. We don't care about those contracts. And pay down the loan a little bit. The animals are fine for 2 seconds. Pick up the eggs. Yeah, so my hope is if I can get them to the day that we harvest, that should be fine. To put away before selling. But yeah, the problem is I was just like keeping it in the trailer, which isn't the end of the world. But the thing was I needed to basically keep 3,000 of it. Basically just trying to avoid having to do the silo as the middle step. I kind of wish I could really just add an expansion to the storage of the coop itself, as opposed to the silo. Because if I could expand the coop itself, its storage about like 4,000 or whatever it is, that's all it would take for me to not have to even worry about it. Because I could just put the extra in there and not have to think. I don't think you can. I'm pretty sure there's mods that let you. As far as like expanding this, I don't think we can. I'm gonna double check. Because it'd be construction. Yeah, because all the stuff for here doesn't actually show any type of reservoir. Now for silos, it just used to store crops and all that. No, that we got silo expansions. So that's for the greenhouses to increase the water storage. But these ones just mention your actual farm silos, not your other things. It is what it is. Like I said, that's probably one of those things I'm almost, like, I'm 99% sure there's going to be mods for it. So the chickens are fine for right now. I don't need to worry about those contracts. The greenhouses are okay for the second. We go ahead and advance the month again. That puts us in March. And it's June. That is when I harvest. Once we hit June, we don't have to worry about too much. Okay. Cool. So our loans are finally costing us less than $1,000 per in-game month. We're gonna need to do the water for those. Not really worry about those contracts. You still have over a month worth of feed left in you. It'll probably be next in-game month that I have to give them feed. Well, I don't have to. They won't just like outright die or something. But I believe they will stop producing, which I think will be worse than if I continuously take care of them. Because we'll have April, May, then June. And I think we'll run out of feed in May. Like halfway through May. So I think, honestly, I might only need one container of feed is all I might actually need to keep the animals happy. I was really hoping we could have a contract show up because yeah, you've got just under 2,000 left. And like I said, I think it takes about 2,000 in-game month. Let's grab the eggs. And what I'm going to need to do here is I'm going to need to go up here, category animals. I'll need to get a container of wheat. So that's $1,500 of profit we're not getting, which, to be fair, is not actually true. We sold the barley, and we probably got, you know, honestly, probably still made money. It's just it cut into the money we could have made. Like, it was definitely not optimal. But all things considered, it's not as bad as one would think. Because even if it cost me, like, the 3,000, that still would be 2,000 liters of barley I would have still need to feed the animals. Which does have its cost of its own. I also don't know if there's like a difference in how much the animals eat based on what crop it is. Okay, now I need to do the water for the greenhouses real fast. Alright. And we can check with the sales again. They're good there. So the chickens, Now should have enough to get to the next in-game day without any problems. So that I still might need to buy a little bit more feed for him. Because we got to get through May. And then we have to get into June. Once we're in June, we're fine. Because literally I'm going to grab the barley and bring it to him. Because we're going to be harvesting it then. We should start seeing contracts pop up soon for like sewing and a whole bunch of things. So if we see any good ones for doing the larger fields, that can be worth our while. Yeah, so top off the mushrooms, and then we should have plenty for that. The other good news, we've already got our debt almost half paid off. So like right now, if the cultivator header showed up for the next hat, I could just take the loan again, buy it. The McDon shows up, I can take the loan, buy it. If we do get the McDon, I could probably get the McDon and buy the land. And we have like this sad little plow that would be really slow to do the work. But that would be good enough for me to go through and get the whole area cleared up kind of thing. And then with that, we can seed the whole thing with grass. And that would give us our grass for dealing with the sheep and whatnot. At which point, then it'd be worth me to save up for the really big sheep barn. And plunk down the sheep barn where I could, bring the trailer through. Drop off the grass, pick up the other stuff. The downside with that is I'll also need to get a baler and a baler trailer. Is what I want to get to make that reasonable. All right. I wonder if I put the water reservoir for the greenhouses, if like the greenhouses will use it individually or share it, because I can see it worth my while if it is shared, plunking down one of the water reservoirs for the greenhouses next to the one of the greenhouses, like to feed the both of them, so I only have one fill-up spot. But I don't know how that works. That'll be something to consider later. Right now, it's just not a priority. Okay, food. Food-wise, you've got over 2,000. You should be good for the in-game day. Let's double check. So you're at 2,800 liters. So if we fast forward to tomorrow, we're at exactly 2,800 liters. I know it's technically one less, but we're at 2,800 liters. We can actually get a feel for the exact amount they eat in the course of the day, because it's only been like half an hour in-game time. That should be about as short as it gets. Alright, so let's see here. Oh, it's a potato planter. I haven't used those in forever. So I don't care about any of that. So they do use almost exactly 2,000 per day. So the good news of that is if I buy 1,000 liters, I'll be right about on the money. No, did I say 20? Yeah, no, it'd be almost exactly 2,000. Yeah. So if we buy 2,000 liters of feed, 1,000 liters of feed, that should get me to the next in-game day, and then I shouldn't have to worry about it. I'm gonna buy another thing of animal feed. And that's the consequence of me not paying close attention and accidentally selling more of the crop than I meant to. Just got to be mindful of that in the future. Like I said, it's not... Like, it looks like it's cutting in 3,000, but it's really not, because I did get paid for those 2,000 liters of barley. So it's one of those things that, like, what the exact amount is, who knows? Instead of 3,000 cost, it might be 1,500, 1,500, who knows. It's somewhere in there. We could math it out, but I'm not going to. The point is, it wasn't as efficient as if I just kept the barley. And even at that, with the debt knocked down as much as we have, I'm still getting a payment every single in-game day. So just reducing our burn a little bit each and every time. That makes me think. So if it would be 3,000 a day. So yeah, it would cost me 3,000 a day to buy wheat to feed the chickens if I was not harvesting any of this. Actually, I'm going to need that in the next 8 days, so don't go anywhere. It's fine. So it'd be 3,000 bucks per day to feed the chickens. If I wasn't growing it. Now, doing that, I get 55,000 a year. So it's going to cost us 36,000 if I were to feed them using nothing but store-bought grain. It'd be 36,000 to feed them, and then you get 55,000 on the other side, plus like the 50 or so bucks it is to operate the thing every day. You'd still make $20,000 a year doing it. So it is interesting that you could still make a decent wage from just keeping the chickens, even if you never farmed, like actually grew the stuff yourself. Alright, so I need to get you in position. Now, chickens will have no feed. Okay, so they actually have the tiniest bit of feed, which is perfect. That means at no point did they run out of food. Gonna switch over to our harvester. I'm gonna try and repair it real fast. Nah, I didn't go back quite far enough. That's okay. We can make it work. Or not. We'll figure it out. Cool. Alright, so now I just need to go and get this thing repaired, because otherwise we'll start taking harvest penalties. Well, there's the other McDon header. I don't really need the other McDon header. We're going to be using it for grass because this thing's going to be doing the actual harvesting. The McDon is an interesting one if you do use it harvesting. It would be a thatcher. That basically what happens is it chops down all the crops and just leaves it on the ground. And then what you do after that is you'd go with a foraging wagon and pick up all the crop that got dumped on the ground. You actually do get a bit of a yield bonus doing it that way. But it does mean instead of one step to harvest a crop, you have 2 steps. So pros and cons. But my understanding is it's a pretty big bonus, like 15, 20, 25% or something like that. The issue being the equipment you need to do it ends up costing you a whole lot of money, so you get that extra bonus yield, but you gotta invest a whole lot more to get there. So first Randy tries to kill you, now he's throwing wild people at you in RimWorld. Make it his wild mind. Randy does what Randy wants to do. Be it good, bad, or otherwise. Randy is there just to party. Having that harvester header. Okay, so repair you. Repair you. Repair you. been seeing 7 different packs to get on your map. That's I think the wildest ones I've seen is where you get like 3 or 4 groups on your map and everything breaks, so you just kind of close your doors and be like, man, I'll just deal with who gets on the other side of this. This is not a me thing to deal with. This is a them problem. Those kind of events don't happen very often in RimWorld, though. Does this map get tornadoes? Yes. Yes, it does. I think I'll do this one myself. Alright. Because we don't have anything we need here. We can feed the chickens when we get to that point. There's no contracts I really care about. Those are all fine. And I can pay off the loan. Or not pay off the loan. I can put a payment against the loan. But I'm going to hold off doing that for the moment. And the only reason I'm holding off doing that for the moment is likely I might use the AI worker for stuff. We'll figure it out. Snipe the end of this field, and I'm probably just going to go up and down the ways. It's a little hard for it to turn around here, but the rest shouldn't be a problem. Because you just blocked her entryways and then mopped up the remnants. Got 1 colonist with 20 medical, just 20 years old. Yeah, that's the thing. When you have those like big fights where you have multiple factions fighting each other, usually they thrash each other so badly, unless it's like a horrifically one-sided fight, that yeah, it is just kind of hang at home, just let everything come apart, and whoever decides to go in. A lot of times, I've even had a lot of times where you don't even get to your defensive line. One of them goes into retreat, and while they're chasing the retreating people and then heading towards wherever your defensive line is, it's just enough the 1 or 2 that got really badly injured go down from the injuries, and then they retreat as well. Here's like, well, not a me problem. Looks like that was a you problem. Yeah, so right. So we can take a loan of just about $250 if needed. So I'm kind of waiting to see if the McDon shows up, the McDon itself, the cultivator header, the hoeing header for the NEXAT. If any of those, if we get the McDon, I grab that extra field, and that'll probably put us way up there. If we have either of those NEXAT things come up, the good news is since it'll be half off, it won't even max out my debt. And that'll be another thing that the NEXAT can do where I don't need to get all the stuff set up for the tractor. And otherwise, we keep paying down our loan. If we do get to the point where I'm even again, then I will probably go out of my way at that point to snag that extra field, or the extra tile or whatever, to get that starting to do the grass. And then we'll likely end up buying the McDon. But here's a question. I'm pretty sure the answer is no. Do you cut grass? So the seeder can seed the grass. Yeah, okay, so neither of those can cut grass. That's fair. Usually do convert then recruit? Yeah, no, that's normal for me. That's usually the right answer most of the time. Sometimes when I have a prolicizer colony where they just endlessly harass everyone who shows up about their ideology, once you start getting to like 10, 12 of those, you don't really need to do the conversion, because that poor person is going to get converted like it or not, because everyone will not stop harassing them until they are. But yeah, normally in RimWorld, you'll put people in a cell, convert them, then bring them in. It is a thing when you're playing with ideologies. So many of the ideologies are just really incompatible with each other that you'll have the ones like, no, we want to be vegetarian. The other one's like, no, we don't eat the vegetables. Vegetables are wrong. We eat the animals. And the two of those together will just never be happy. Or just the same as there's the ones that don't, like, there's the tunneler and the nature primacy ideologies. One of them wants you to, like, tunnel and live underground and eat mushrooms and all that stuff. And the other one's like, don't you dare mine. That's wrong. Don't scar the world up with your mining. And you're like, okay, you two are just not going to get along. Like, your views are directly opposed. NEXAT needs to make a paper shredder. Just make it look like this, but it sits on top of your trash can. Because it looks like a paper shredder already. So it feels like a really straightforward marketing thing. You just put your papers in, it would shred and spit it out the other side. So that's what it looks like to me. I can't unsee it. It's really hard just to take this machinery seriously. Like, don't get me wrong, it's an impressive piece of machinery. Oh, this again. It's fine, I won't fight it. You do a mod that lets you terraform land at the cost of silver. Your settings, 10 per tile. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, so that would be something that'd be a fun thing to be on board with. My only problem is with RimWorld, with the way some of it works, stuff like deep water, literally no one can cross it. So it is making a completely insurmountable defense that if you make a moat that literally breacher raids don't matter because they have to go in the one path you give them. So it's a way of limiting breacher rage, and I get that the balance there that you mentioned is that it is cost prohibitive. And again, no judgment for playing that way. For me, that'd be one of those things I probably wouldn't enjoy, because once you got your moat built, you've guaranteed control over where the enemies are moving. Then it's just a matter of siege raid versus regular raid. And if I were to give a criticism of RimWorld, part of the thing without anomaly is that there's only like 2 or 3 raid types, you know, for all intents and purposes, whether it's they walk straight at your base and go like path into your defenses and you fight them that way. Oh, wait, cannot harvest. Wait. So I don't want to harvest during hail because we'll take a penalty. Yeah, no, this isn't me being judgy about it. We all play our own ways. My comment was more because you can make yourself effectively a perfect defense. You know, very, very broadly speaking with that. It is just kind of one of those things that, for me, that's not something I'd want. It's the same reason I don't use something like the trap mazes and all that. There are ways you can exploit the AI's movement to massively reduce any real risk. And I can just see moats accomplishing that same thing. That said, there has been a kill box I've been experimenting with in RimWorld that I definitely, when we do our evil run, I want to, consider doing that. If you have water near your kill box and you use the incinerators, so the flamethrowers themselves, they're great at causing, enemies to not stop and shoot, but they've got some massive drawbacks normally when you're playing RimWorld. The first of those drawbacks is they straight up don't work against the mechs, and I believe impids, they don't work really against them properly either. That's a pretty severe drawback, simply not even working against dangerous enemies. But the other drawback is when someone's on fire in RimWorld, they don't have collision turned on anymore. So while if they run away from you, that's good, they run out of their kill box and they have to run back in. And that's kind of the dream. On the other hand, if they end up running towards you, they can run right past your melee pawns into your ranged pawns and then no longer be on fire. And now they're in melee range or your ranged pawns and they throw off your entire line of defense. That's what makes the impids so awful. Is, your people scatter, they go and they run into the impids, and now the impids just kill your people easily. But what I learned is if there's a, body of water nearby, they will run to the body of water to put out the fire, which means you can control which way they run, which has implications. So you can set it up so you have like your defensive position, you're throwing fire all over it, and outside of those two types of raids, everyone runs in, they catch fire, and they run out to go put themselves out in the water, and then they go back in, they catch fire, they run back out, and they put themselves out in the water, and you don't even have to put a lot of effort into it. They're just running back and forth in this hallway, getting themselves all destroyed the whole way. You end up losing all the loot because everything's on fire. It also makes it much harder to use that for any type of like mountainous bakes, because you have to make sure your kill box is outdoors or you risk cooking your own people. Like the box itself you're fighting can be indoors, but the actual defensive line needs to be considered outdoors. Would you stop with the hail? You're just preventing me from doing my job. Okay, well that comes to a stop. That's $8,000 worth of barley down there. I would like that barley. 8,000 for barley. You can count me in on that barley. That's gonna be a yes. I'm gonna say yes. We're committing to that. Okay. Now after a forced break by means of hail, back to work. I gotcha. I mean, that's cool if they made a counter. It is a thing that's interesting, because it is a thing that is lacking from RimWorld, that there is no, like in RimWorld, there is no like being able to build moats and all that, which I know there's people who want to do that. I'm neither here nor there with it. Like, they add that, sure, whatever. If they don't add that, sure, whatever. For me, the things I really want to see in RimWorld is I want more quality of life changes. I want it so if I right-click and I tell someone to cut blight, they literally will not stop cutting blight until the blight is done, they have a break, or they collapse. Because those are the only things I ever want them to stop. Keep cutting the blight until one of those three things occur. And yes, I am very well aware there are mods that do that. I am content that there are mods to fix quality of life issues. I also don't see them as an excuse to not actually fix those quality of life issues in the game by the devs themselves. Can you make hay bales in this game from leftover crop? Yeah, so if you look over on the side there where it says enable, well actually you can't see it, my thing's covering it. There's an option that says enable straw swath. Basically, there's two different ways you can have the output come from the from the harvester. What's happening right now? We're chopping everything up and dumping it out the back so that when you cultivate and harvest, it gets put back into the soil. And the other one is where you do the straw swath, where basically it hacks it down at, you know, longer lengths, and then it dumps all that debris on the ground to then, you know, be swept up into bales. But yeah, so there are crops that you can make straw from. So like wheat, barley can do that. I don't believe sorghum can. But yeah, there's a handful of crops you can and a handful of crops you can't. But I have that turned off since I don't have the equipment to pick up the straw. You can actually make pretty okay money with it. Like if you're doing a challenge run, it could be worth it. Does the NEXAT have a baler? You want to see this thing poop out a bale every 5 seconds? No. No, sadly it does not have a baler. Nor does it have like a header for stuff like root crop or anything like that. I think that would be kind of an interesting use case for it. Would just be, for example, if it had a header for doing like potatoes or carrots or something like that, that it could pull those things out of the ground. Even if it was one of those things that it pulled them out and just dumped it on the ground behind it, and you'd have to go behind it with a foraging wagon to pick them up or something. I think that would be interesting. Granted, the Real machine, I don't believe they do any of that kind of stuff. That the Real machine, it is focused on doing stuff like wheat, soy, barley, oats, those very, very typical stuff, like your straightforward crops. But it would be nice to have a machine like this that gave us an alternative way to deal with some of the more laborious crops. Like have some losses in efficiency doing it. Because for those who don't know, the root crops are pretty disliked. Because when you look at the harvesters here, you have this harvester, and it doesn't look that bad. Relatively large harvester, looks like it do some good. Has no internal reservoir, so you literally have to have someone next to you the whole time or it doesn't work. This one here has the tiniest little reservoir. So this is the problem that almost all of them have, is they don't have their own reservoir to speak of. This one you get crates and you spit them out the back. But because of that, it basically means you need 2 people to do it. And trying to have the AI help you is an exercise in frustration. You can make it work. And with GPS, there's a little bit of stuff you can do where you can put the AI on one path and then offset your own path and be slightly off of it. And that can work. But it just takes more setup than most people want to do. Whereas other crops, you can usually just hand the harvester over to the AI and you just drive the truck wherever the appropriate area is and it just kind of sorts itself out. You want this game, but if your PC would handle it? Well, like I said, we are earning keys. Sometime pretty soon, like once I get down to like 1 or 2 of these objectives, we'll do a stream where I will hand out a bunch of the keys in one stream. That usually what I'll do with that is I'll hand them out gradually throughout the day. And that's that way, you know, if we have people who can only catch the beginning of the stream, they have a chance of winning a key. If you have people who can only catch the end of the stream, they have a chance of getting a key. You get the idea. You know, if you're there for the whole stream, it just means you get more chances. But I've seen a lot of times where you'll have people who, they just do all their key gives away towards the end of stream, and it kind of sucks for their audience who shows up earlier because it means it's just they're there supporting you the whole time and they don't get a chance. Alright, so before I go and do this, because I forgot, I already signed up for a contract down here that was a good paying one. Yeah, so field 93. So I have the AI worker. I wish I could set that lower. You mostly asleep on your stream? Yeah. Like I said, usually give out a key in the first hour kind of thing. When I do that, like I'll usually Like, say I have 3 keys. Usually what'll happen is 1 hour into stream will give out a key. 1 hour from the end of stream will get out a key, and just roughly the middle of the stream will give out a key. And it's not like an exact science, I kind of guess it. So like right now we're a little over an hour into stream. So if today was a day we were giving out one of those keys, around now is when I would do it. I'm going to be curious if we do have mods that affect the AI. Like, so we get more configuration, like override the forced head rows, that kind of thing. I also don't know what the impact of that will be, like if it's just not designed to consider that anymore. You did a terrible job weeding this field. You'd be ashamed. This looks terrible. You're still paying me a boatload to harvest it, so I'm still gonna do it, but you know. I'm gonna be judgy about it while we're at it. Okay, AI worker, alright. Get to it. So this barley is my barley. So for right now, I'm going to drop all of this in the silo so that I have this entire truck available for the other one. This is the barley that we're going to be mostly feeding to the chickens, and then the spare we will sell for extra income. Alright. Because the added bonus, since this is going to be more of something to toss in the silo, we can sell just enough of the crop we get to satisfy the contract, and then all the scrap, instead of just getting, you know, the extra 3, 4, 5,000 now, I can chuck it in with the rest of it, sell all that surplus at the appropriate time for the, sell the surplus at the appropriate time to get the maximum dollar out of it, and get a, you know, significantly increased amount of money out of it. It also means that much less time going by requiring me to get paid, kind of thing. Like to pay off my loan, I should say. Because the more we knock that down, the less it's going to cost me in the long run. Alright, so just park you right over here for right now. Okay. Nothing we care about here. We got that contract going. Don't really care about any of those. Contracts are good. I can pay down that debt another tick. Greenhouses are fine. Animals are doing fine. And how's our... Yeah, we're at almost $250,000 in debt, which sounds terrible, except I was at $500,000. So we're doing way better. It's not costing us $1,500 a day to exist. It's only costing us like $800 a day to exist. All right. I'm trying to think. I have like a serious case of the munchies going on. So what I'm gonna probably do is I'm gonna step away for just a minute. I'm gonna let the harvester do harvester things. Probably use the restroom again, grab myself something. It's perfect. We're about to hit an ad break right now. Or maybe? It says ad start in 0 seconds. It's not doing anything. So I'm not really sure what's happening with that. It'll figure itself out or it won't. Hey, you know, who would be upset if the ads broke on Twitch? We just didn't have them for a while. Anyways, I'm gonna run downstairs, grab myself something, I guess it just didn't run the ad break or something. Hey, I'm not gonna complain. Oh, never mind. I lied. There it is. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and while that ad break's going on, I'm going to run downstairs real fast, see if I can't find some kind of snack and stretch my legs and do all that stuff. And I'll be right back in just a couple minutes. Thank you again for tuning in. Alright, was the AI working, behaving? If you're in New Zealand, you normally don't get ads? Yeah, and that's definitely one of the things that works out is, like, depending on where you're located, you may or may not see... You know what? What am I doing? I have snacks right here on my desk. I'm running around, I was like, man, I need a snack. I literally just showed off the Tim Tams to Drongo yesterday because we're like, hey, I can get those just like from the regular grocery store now. Give me just a second, I'm gonna mute the mic so you don't hear the package pop. Yeah, so yeah, no, you gotta. So for those people who don't know, Tim Tam's like a chocolatey snack thing that's from Australia, but like they're starting to show up here in the U.S. where you can just get them. Where it used to be, you had to go to like, you know, the bougie grocery store that had like, you know, World Goods or whatever. There's one or two little things to eat. Sorry, one or two little things to snack on because it's not too long till my dinner. But I was like, man, I'm hungry. I had ravioli for lunch, and I just don't think I had enough. All right, so you're doing your thing. You want to try Tim Tams now? What's in it? It's mostly like chocolate with a wafer inside. What actually is in it? It just says like an irresistible biscuit snack or whatever. But yeah, like it's got like a chocolate coating. It's got a cracker wafer kind of thing. It kind of fits in the same place as something like an Oreo, but I would definitely say Tim Tams are better than an Oreo. Oreos for me are like, there's some of the specialty Oreos that are a little more interesting, but like just a plain old Oreo, it's like, yeah, it's fine. Because usually when you look at like the Oreo, like the cracker part, like the regular old chocolate crackers on Oreo, I find those pretty underwhelming. The frosting's fine. That's why you're hungry? So, but I mean, it'd be the same thing yesterday. Was the exact same thing, and I wasn't hungry yesterday. I think, like I said, I think it was just... I had the ravioli, which is like this package thing that we need to eat and all that. And I just didn't really have that, it just wasn't a lot of food. If you're in the UK, it's a bit like a penguin. Sounds like a Kit Kat? Yeah, it would be similar to a Kit Kat, yeah. Not exactly the same thing, but like you're in the right ballpark. Their multi-flavor salted caramel being one of your favorites. Yeah, but I would say if you're going for like the general concept, it would be in that ballpark. Different taste to it and everything. But yeah, it would, you know, chocolate with wafer. Yep. Let's see, there are like 2 layers of cookies, like flavored filling. They're fully chocolate coated. Best way to enjoy it is just the regular cookie ones. Bite off either end and then slurp coffee through the center. Yeah, so there's a whole thing that's called the Tim Tam Slam, which I'm familiar with that. Which basically, yeah, you break off the ends, like bite off the ends, and then you almost use it like a straw to consume whatever else. So like, you know, coffee, milk, whatever your thing is. Because it's a wafer thing. I have been told getting the ones that are like double coated is good for doing that kind of thing, just to give it more structural integrity. I haven't done that myself. Like, I have done a Tim Tam Slam, but not with like the double coated one, because I don't think we have those here. Like, honestly, being able to get them and not have to go to some kind of like international food store where they charge you 1.5 the normal price and all that is a big deal in itself. There's a lot of really good foods, or like snack foods, junk food, whatever, from other countries that you can get in the US if you like order it online, specialty, or there's like bougie international stores where they charge like through the nose to get stuff. That there's stuff that, you know, in other countries is just like one of their go-to like snack foods. It's just not available here. We have our own, which is probably true literally everywhere. But so stuff like, for the longest time, you couldn't get ketchup chips here in the US. I'm not a big fan of ketchup chips, but they're fine. I'd rather have barbecue personally. But like, they weren't available here. Only recently have they started to really become available. We are starting to see all seasoned chips show up in the US. Those are still pretty hard to come by, but those are like one of the big flavors of chips that, like, for Canada and everything, and all other, you know, a bunch of other places, all seasons supposed to be like really, or all dressed. I'm sorry, all dressed are like a really big thing, and those are only recently starting to pop over here. Poutine is starting to show up in more places, which has me excited because I really like poutine. And don't get me wrong, most of the places that have poutine in the US it's good, but it's not as, like, it's not the authentic thing. But you can find places now you can get the authentic stuff here, which is nice. Not many of them. Or, like, for that matter, it was hard to find, at least on the East Coast, it was hard to find good, like, ramen and pho places. And that's been a recent change. We're starting to see a lot of proper ramen and pho places showing up. You could find them, but it was like you had to go way out of your way to find them. Let's see, Pocky, Hello Panda, and Haichu used to have the tiny Asian and Mexican food shop that you get them at the supermarket? Yeah. Yeah, that was almost like every major city in the US had like, you know, what they'd call like little Chinatown or whatever. It'd be like that one or two block that was mostly just Asian businesses. Sometimes you'd have like a Hispanic section. Like not in that, but like you'd have like another area. And so their big thing is you'd go to those specialty stores to get a lot of that stuff. You know, get yourself some like proper carnitas as opposed to, you know, needing to make it yourself or do without. Nowadays, I don't know if it's like changes in shipping or what, but like I could go to just about any like Mexican kind of place, anything like that, and you can usually get carnitas nowadays. So I don't know what's changed, but like a lot of that stuff that used to be much harder to come by is just available. Like we go back to like the 90s, early 2000s, you can find carnitas. Like maybe if you went out of your way to like go to like the super duper authentic Mexican place that charges through the nose, you could get some proper carnitas. But nowadays it's like you almost get caught by surprise when you go to a Mex or Tex-Mex place and they just don't have it. You're like, wait, what? You don't have carnitas? What do you serve? Taco Bell ground beef? What's going on here? I'm gonna need this field to stop having crop in it soon. Because, good bad problems to have, we are running quickly out of space in this truck for more barley. You love maple syrup candy? Yeah, I don't eat pancakes and waffles very often. Like, I enjoy them, I just don't have much of a sweet tooth, so they're kind of one of those things I only do once in a long while. They don't eat a lot of syrup, but yeah, no, like, there's a lot of, like, maple candy. If I have the choice, I'll definitely snag one. Because usually, like, a little candy is about the right amount of sweets for me. But you have a little one here, even though it's a small town in Rural, because we used to have a lumber mill that was Japanese owned, and their management would be sent over from there. Let's say the specialty beer shop that ordered things from all over the world. And one day a Japanese lady came in and asked if he could order something that's from Japan. As for cooking some of the orders, like, sure, why not? Ended up turning into an international little grocery. Yeah, a lot of the ones I've seen, that's the kind of history they have, is like there was some community in their area that had, you know, like whatever it was. Like, you know, it doesn't even matter what culture it was, but they had stuff that they wanted, you know, whether it was like to make pierogies or to make, you know, carnitas or whatever. And they just didn't have the availability of that good. Like you just couldn't get it. Not available in the area. And so that it become these like international stores that were basically, that's the deal. It's like, oh, you want this candy that's like popular in Japan that we can't get here? Sure, we can order that. And they do charge a lot more, because a lot of times it's not that they have really special supplier kind of thing. Sometimes they do. It's just they're willing to buy this good at a significant increase because of shipping and everything. And, you know, that expense gets passed on to you because that's how business works. But it's tricky. A lot of times the real tough stuff is if there's perishables you want from another area. That's the trick. Okay, so I do not want to drop this off at the grain mill. This goes to the farmer's market. The grain mill I will not get paid for. But they offer, also why your school offered Japanese as a language? Because the mill has closer relationship with Japan, has more demand for it? Yeah, so I mean, the area I'm in, we've always had a lot of different languages in the area, between like Spanish and Portuguese and German, you know, English. There is Greek not super far from here. Not nearly as big as the other ones, but there's Greek not super far from here. A little bit of Vietnamese as well. Like it's definitely a mixing pot of an area. But so we would have lots of like foreign languages classes that were pretty popular for a whole mess of languages, including Japanese, even though I don't, at least I'm not aware of there being much of a Japanese presence in the area, but hey, you know what? Sometimes it just, there's that one little town that happens to have, you know, some, again, like we were talking about, like they had, you know, some company owned by a family that a lot of people worked for because then, you know, they knew the language or whatever. Or, you know, they helped others who were immigrating, you know, find their feet, that kind of thing. But yeah, no, actually, it was one of the classes I really enjoyed. In middle school, I had a number of classes I liked that I got into. There was one class I went into that was a foreign languages class. That it was just broadly foreign languages. And they covered a whole mess of things. And so we did like, you know, obviously we already had English. It had like French, Spanish, I think it was Mandarin, Japanese, and I think Russian? No, German was in there too. It was basically like 5, 6, 7, 8 languages that we covered in a semester. And needless to say, with that many languages, we didn't go very far in each language. It was very simple stuff like, hi, how are you? Which way to the airport? Bathroom? Like what I would jokingly refer to as survivalist of the language. We were learning just enough to be able to go there and function in the most basic level. Not enough you're going to be holding a conversation with anyone. At least not one of any meaning. But it was neat, because it was both the verbal and the written. And man, like Russian and Japanese and Mandarin were so hard, because they have a totally different alphabet, and like you had some that would write from like top down and, you know, right to left and all that, and you're like, oh my god, my brain just can't. That was tricky. Saying, hello, my friend. Wie geht's is dear? It's been, for the record, it's been over like 15 years since I've used German, but he said, hello, my friend. Saying, what goes it? Dear, I don't think is here. But either way, you're basically asking, like, how's it going? What's up? That kind of thing. I used to be almost like bordering like fluent in German, but man, you don't use the language for 15, 20 years, and it definitely, like, after, if I sit there and warm up for a while, I could start getting to the point where I get a little bit more comfortable. But after like 10, 15 years not using it. But yeah, we will want to keep the chat in English though, because I'm only fluent in English these days, and it is just one of those things that it's a whole thing that, for those who don't know, on Twitch, as a content creator, I am responsible to moderate my chat. If I don't do it, my channel can get suspended. If you're, you know, spouting off a bunch of awful things, and I just didn't put a stop to it and it got reported, it's a thing I can get my channel suspended. Usually gotta be doing some pretty appalling stuff for that to happen, but it does happen. Monster trucking, yep. I mean, it does climb over stuff. It just rolls sideways pretty easily because it's just this long vehicle. You enjoy that language. You only speak English fluently, but you know enough Japanese to mostly get by. Though you're shy to scary. You're shy, so it's scary to speak to native speakers. You read a kanji dictionary at hand, and you read Spanish passively, though. Trying to construct anything is thing your brain just offers Japanese words. Don't ask you. Oh yeah, no, you're all good. You're all good, Heroin. It was more just to, you know, try to avoid having it become a whole thing where people just start asking me all sorts of stuff in German and being like, hey, I'm not actually, like, as I've said, I'm so far out of practice. it would take me a while to get back into a point where I would really do well. And then you never know when someone's going to troll and try and sneak something in there that's not appropriate or bordering that. Get you to say something. Because, like, that one I felt comfortable reading out loud because I'm like, yeah, you're saying, you know, hello, my friend, like, how's it going kind of thing. Like, that one I recognized was like, yeah, I'm fine. But you'll have somebody be like, oh, yeah, du bist hässlich. And you'd be like, by the way, the thing you just said was awful. For the record, du bist hässlich is like, you're atrocious. You're hideous, atrocious, something like that. I don't know why that one sticks in my brain. Oh, no, I remember. It's because I had a German class and they had like a little skit in it. And the person was like, it was this really, really naggy voiced person. And they're like, du bist hässlich, Paul. And all of us made incredible fun of it. You know, fun of it. Because it was one of those things that felt as authentic as... It seemed as authentic as, like, Taco Bell food. It just... You're like, this feels incredibly phony in every possible way. Like, it's clearly for teaching, like, you know, staged scripts or whatever. It was just really badly staged scripts. So, understandably, we all made incredible amounts of fun of how poorly done it was. Right, so we finished that field. Alright, so we're doing good in that regards. We don't have anything new to pick up. We did harvest that. We did drop... Well, I mean, we have the spare grain there, so we should be good in everything this in-game month. September is when we plant again. You know the drill. I guess the writers only have so much time to write education material. It's not that. It's like, as someone who's had to write education material these days, because like, I don't even think the writing was bad. I think it was more the execution by the people who were acting were about as unconvincing as you could possibly be. So I think it was more the actors involved. There's not a whole lot of money in doing educational material as an actor. It's not exactly your big paying gigs. So they weren't getting the A-listers, and the people they were getting probably realized it was kind of a crap pay job. So they probably didn't have their hearts and souls in it, so to speak. So you get what you paid for and all that kind of stuff. Like, I wouldn't even, like, if I saw that actor, I wouldn't recognize him. But assuming I did recognize him and all that, you would, I wouldn't be like, oh man, you're terrible. I'd be like, nah, you probably just hammed it up because, like, it was a spy you got stuck with because you got bills to pay and you just, you know, it'd be no different than if, like, I had some bills, I'm like, man, some bills are going to pay. I gotta just do what I gotta do to make ends meet. And so you take that, like, crap gig that you know you're getting underpaid for, but, like, it's available. Because there's definitely contracting. There's been once or twice where I've gotten a gig that the project in question had no future. Like, and it's even candid to people's like, hey, I'll take your money and I'll do this. Like, and I will deliver. But, like, very genuinely, I think you're wasting your money on this project. Like, I will put that out there. Very genuinely, you're wasting your money on this project. I'll still make the work to the best of my ability and yada yada yada. But I don't see how your business survives. And literally in every case it didn't. Usually it didn't even take that long. They spent the money, they put up the product, like they put up the website or whatever, the product, never got any traction, and then shut it all back down again. Or there was one that pivoted. To be fair, there was one that pivoted that they were trying to do where you could, like, print photos on all sorts of weird materials. And so they wanted to branch into a bunch of things, like doing the t-shirts and all that like everyone else was, but of course it's established where people can silk screen it for super cheap. And so even though their technology gave them a better quality print, it cost way the hell more. They did ultimately pivot it to just doing like the really, really fancy special thing where they would laser print on like slate and all sorts of stuff for like trophies and weird murals and all that. So they did find success. But that wasn't like their whole thing that they had me working on was they wanted to be where they could request it and do all that stuff and then it pass it on there, people just do it. And I delivered, like all that worked fine, like it worked great. But there was like no demand that because the tech they were using, they couldn't charge the same price as like the really cheap make your budget printed t-shirt. So, you know, on a website, it's really, really hard to point out being like, no, really, our quality's that much better. And even then, even seeing the quality difference, I'm going to buy the cheap shirt because I could buy like 4 or 5 copies of that cheap shirt for the same price as one of the ones they made. Even if it's not as much quality, that's fine. I have 4 of them. I can shred one after the other, and they'll still last longer. It just, that was not a good use case for that specific printing technology. I couldn't tell you what the tech was. It's been too long. But yeah, the most was like, I want to set up this social network. It's going to be the next Facebook or whatever. And man, the number, like a lot of times I turn people down, but you know, when things are tough as a college student and someone's offering you money, I'll still be honest with you, telling you like, hey, I don't, like, I'll set this thing up. I can deliver, but I do think you are failing on your scoping out the competitor and understanding what your customer wants. And you genuinely don't have a monetization model. By the way, I will not be accepting equity. I will only be accepting cash. Because I have little faith you're going to be here to pay me later. And I fully expect that equity to be worth absolutely nothing. Oh, come on, don't make me manually deal with the gears. Like, the number of times I got the exact same pitch. I got the exact same pitch for Facebook, but for artists, and Facebook, but for musicians. I heard that exact same pitch from at least 8 different people in the course of maybe 4 years. All of them wanting me to sign an NDA because they had this brilliant idea that if someone else beat them to it, they would, you know, it would ruin that, like, immense, like, success they could have. It got to the point that I actually went to, I was like, I've heard this pitch. It's like, I've heard this exact pitch you're giving me right now. Like, this month I have heard this pitch already. And I've heard this pitch 6 months ago, like, and none of you are going to execute on it, and none of you realize that your customer doesn't care about that. Facebook, but music. Yeah, that's called MySpace. It's been around. How's it doing? Not good. That's Facebook, but for less people. For the record, I don't use Facebook either. This isn't me singing the praises of Facebook. This would be going back to like 2005, 2008, when Facebook was like the big thing at the time. It's just a bunch of people hear about someone getting rich doing something and like, I can do that too. It's like, great. Well, unfortunately, it's too late because they already did it. So you got to find your thing. Their thing is out there. You're living in a world where they already exist. You gotta figure out the thing that either one is good enough that they stop using that thing and use your thing instead. That can be a real hard sell. A lot of times once people are comfortable with what they're using, getting them to switch is really like pulling teeth. Or 2, you gotta differentiate yourself in such a way that you are providing a service that is currently not available with the existing products. That someone has a reason to use your product instead. And not one of them could give me an answer to any of those things. And usually I'd also be like, well, what's your monetization strategy? And they would stare at you for a good couple minutes like, how are you getting paid? You're gonna make this thing. How do you make money? Where's the part with this product where you stop hemorrhaging money on hosting a server and actually get some money put in your wallet to keep those servers on? Ooh, is that 49? Those are right next to each other. Okay, so it is time to prep the fields. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is this can work out, because what I'm gonna do first is we will check to see. Yeah, okay. We're first going to go and cultivate this field, and then once we get to the point where the NEXAT will start seeding the field, I'm gonna grab the hoe, and we've got fields that can get like $10,000 for 2 fields right next to each other from hoeing, which is a freebie. That's a lot of money for very little effort. And we can pay down our loan again. Actually, we won't worry about that yet. So we're at $240,000 still owed. It'd be lovely if we got the cultivator header for the NEXAT to show up there, because then I could do that on here instead for it being much faster. But like I said, if we can get to the point where I'm not indebted anymore, I do think the move I'll make is I'll get the McDon, I will get the plot of land that we're planning on making a grass field for the sheep, the cows, and yada yada yada, and go that route, start getting that all set up. Basically start tackling that middle objective, the get 20 of every animal. And the reason I'm thinking that is those animals in themselves, once I've got the grass going, should become their own revenue source for me. They'll be able to sell the milk and do all that stuff, and it should help out a great deal. But I will need that all going. I could technically build the pig pen right now, and I believe we could toss the barley in there, and that'll just work. And then realistically, to make money with that, I would sell pigs. So it'd probably be each time I get pigs to full-grown adult where they're starting to reproduce, sell like half of them. Just enough that it's kind of like 2-3 waves we sell the pigs in. As well, the slurry is useful for fertilizer and all that. I don't have the equipment for it, nor do I think that's worth prioritizing. What? Oh, I actually picked it up. Okay. But that would be another supplement, because once I've got that, it's just put in food, get rid of pig. You know, then it'd be sheep, cows, and horses. And I think, is that all the animal categories? Yeah, cows, pigs, sheep, horses. Yep, because we already have the chickens. Yeah, so that's all we need. So we can get the pigs anytime, like anytime I have the money set aside, we can get the pigs and start doing that for extra income. Because they'll drop the barley off. We sell them when they hit adulthood. I don't know if that'll be economical. Like, I've never messed with the pigs beyond in Farming Sim 22. They had a achievement that was something like raise 20 pigs or whatever, like breed them. So I never really got a feel for how good, bad, or otherwise they are so far as making money. But because it was like literally I got the pigs and I got rid of the thing because it was just for the achievement and that going. But we could definitely go that way. Set up the barn, and let it breed the pigs, and then sell half the pigs each time it maxes out, or sell a chunk of the pigs. Keep a rotation. Or we let them age up until we figure out what their max value is, and then sell them whenever they hit that max value. And again, keep a rotation. Like once a year, sell them, maybe, whatever. Because that would put the barley to use, and hopefully would be an increased revenue from the barley. I don't actually know if it is or not. We can get that field set up, get the McDon, get the baler. That gives me, again, the horses I'm not so worried about. The cows and the sheep. Like, I'll get the horses, but the horses, at least if they work in Farm Sim 22, they would breed and give you more horses, and that's fine. So you could, again, sell your extra horses. But to get your most money's worth, you have to train them. And the way you train the horses in the game is you just ride them a bunch. Which you can't do any work while riding on the horses. And it's inconvenient. And they're pretty janky at times. So it's kind of an interesting thing to do like once. I do know there's multiple achievements related to the horses in the game I'll probably do once we get them. Like there's one, I think you have to jump for like 3 solid minutes. Just like jump up and down again and again. I did that one off stream because it's like, this is obnoxious. Or maybe it's 5 minutes. It was something of like just jumping up and down with the horse a whole lot. There was one about maxing out the riding skill on a horse. That one's not bad, you just ride the horse. You'll just get it. I basically just, when that happened, I would, as we were playing, I'd just, people would ask a question, I'd give a tour of the farm, and I'd always just do it on horseback. It didn't take, well, like a stream or two to get it. I think there was one for riding a horse for a certain period of time, like just, it was cumulative, but because I had like never done the horses at all in Farm Sim 22 up until that point, I never was like slowly building it up, so I just had to like grind it out. I think that genuinely oh man. Did I like, I can't remember if I just put the horse there and I like put a weight on the keyboard so it just run in circles. And did something else. I don't like time-based achievements where it's like do this for X hours. It's like, it's not really a challenge. Unless it's like, okay, balance on this beam for 10 minutes and like the act of balancing on the beam is super difficult. Sure, that's fine. But like if it's over the course of playing this game, cumulatively balanced on this beam for 50 hours, it's like, no. How about no? That's not reasonable. Come on, man. We all got better things to do with our lives than that. Makes me think of the old Call of Duty game achievements, like the 1 or 2 I didn't get, where they're like, win 10,000 rounds. And you stop and go, okay. Each round takes somewhere in the area of 10 to 30 minutes, depending on the round type. Alright. And you only count wins. But let's assume I'm a perfect player and I win every single round. Right. And you sit there, you do the math, it's like, I have to play this game for at least 5,000 hours to get that achievement. Like, and that's, again, assuming I win every single round, which very clearly is not going to happen. And that's also assuming that you get relatively fast rounds. You're like, this is dumb. There's a reason you won't hunt achievements. So I actually do a lot of achievement hunting in games. I very much enjoy a lot of them. There are definitely achievements you see there and just go, no, that's a dumb achievement. We're not doing that one. That certainly absolutely happens. That we do hit those achievements. They're like, this is a hard no on this achievement. The ones where it's just like play 10,000 hours, play 5,000 hours, run for 100 hours. Jump 30,000 times. Like, it's one thing, it's like jump 10 times. Okay, yeah, in your normal play, you're gonna do it. Like, that's usually just a thing to kind of teach you that. It's like, yeah, there's a mechanic, use it. Like, any achievement that you should get naturally during gameplay, those are fine. I actually think achievements are a great way to nudge a player into engaging with mechanics of the game. So, like, beat the first boss. Sell something, craft something, craft something of good quality. Those are all fine. Achievements that are challenges, like fight these 3 bosses at the same time. Fair enough, that sounds hard. That sounds like an actual achievement. Kill all these bosses during the course of one night. That isn't a thing that's just you grind it out. It's like, okay, I gotta approach this with strategy. I'm gonna be spawning these 3 bosses. They each have, X number of health. I have this limited window to do it in because the night lasts for only so long. So now I gotta think, alright, what's the best way for me to get as much time on target on these bosses and doing the highest amount of damage while they're out, so that I can hopefully, knock this thing out? What buffs do I need to go after? those can all be fun. But yeah, any achievement that's just straight up like, you know, playtime, open the game X number of times, you know, that kind of thing, is just like, hey, no. This Breaking Souls reminds you of the original Universe Sandbox had like a 10-year playtime achievement. Granted, it's not exactly a game, more like a physics simulator. Yeah, no, I got that. I think Universe Sandbox was also one that had like the achievement open the game 100 times or open the game 1,000 times. And so if you want the achievement, it's just you would set up an application that all it did is it would boot up the game and then close the game and then just run the script and loop it. Because it's a dumb achievement. I also personally feel like when it comes to games with DLC, that very genuinely, the achievement should be attached to the DLC, not to the base game. So like in Steam, it would show all in the same place for you. But like if you didn't own the DLC, it wouldn't show for you. Because it's kind of annoying when you got a game, you're like, yeah, 100% and I got all the achievements. And then some dumb DLC that you're like, this is a stupid DLC that gives me a horse and costs $30. I'm not buying it. And they're like, it's got 6 achievements in it. Your 100%'s gone. We took it back. It feels very exploity for subconsciously people want to complete tasks. They want to know they're done with things. And for some people, the achievements fall under that umbrella. I would be one of them. And so I'm totally fine. Like if an achievement is dumb, I will absolutely just, you know, not do it. Like if we look at achievements like that's just a grind, or that's an achievement that you actually have to pay like to get access to something to accomplish that achievement. I've seen a few of that with like your live service games kind of thing, your MMOs. I've seen ones like jump this off. You know, like jump off the you know, whatever. By the way, that spot is only available if you buy the expansion for your home DLC for like $15. It has no gameplay elements. It's just a pretty house you can go to rest or whatever. And you're like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not paying $15 to get an achievement. What are those patches? Those are probably damage from tornadoes or hail. They don't really matter to me that much. But yeah, that's where stuff's happened to that from like hail and tornadoes and all that. The crops in those areas the year that it happened would have been damaged, but it does mean like that spot of my field is kind of in a slightly different state than the rest of it. I believe over time, as I work the field, those will disappear. Because like, it might consider them the equivalent of plowed or something, which is why they're darker. But as you go and do it, and it's no longer considered the equivalent of plowed, because basically when you plow, you get like richer soil one year, and then it goes kind of to normal. So then it looks like just cultivated when you cultivate it. I imagine it'll be a thing like that. If not, it doesn't seem to harm my yields in any way. So, I mean, it harms my yields when it kills the plants when the tornado hits the field or when the hail damages my crop. But as far as the actual ground is, I've not. If it does affect your crop yield, it's nothing nothing noteworthy. It is weird seeing those splotches there for like not forever for a while though. All right, one more pass here, and then we will get the next with the seeder here to plant the barley. I will grab the hose, and there was two pretty big contracts for hoeing fields on the east side of the map. They're going to be like $10,000, so we'll send them over there, like send this tractor over there to deal with that while the NEXAT's doing the seeding. I'll probably seed the fields myself this time, since I'm getting kind of annoyed that when I handed the... Well, actually, no, because we wanted to test if I adjusted the width down from 14. I tried moving to 13.8, but I still got those grooves. I wonder if I knock it down to 13.6 meters wide, if that'll narrow what it considers the lane enough that we won't get the weird grooves. Because then it should overlap at that point, where if it did leave a groove where it just skipped a spot, the next pass would catch it. Yeah, so we'll get the NEXAT over here, and I can deal with the hoeing the field. That's fine, because that would also mean I don't have to worry about buying fertilizer or seeds, because when you can hand it to the AI and you have two choices. One is it will use what's inside the hopper, and if it runs out, then the worker will stop working. Or two, you can have the AI worker refill the gas and the fertilizer themselves, or not the gas, the fertilizer and the seeds themselves. I think they'll also do gas. But when you do that and you hand over the worker, they do charge you a bit more than if you got the seeds and fertilizer yourself, but just saves you the trips. Alright, so we need to grab the cedar. I'm also wondering... Yeah, Tim will be home soon. We still got a little bit of time till the ad break happens. I actually probably want to snooze it one time. Because Toom doesn't arrive at 9 p.m. She gets around like 9:15. Because, you know, she's got to commute and everything. So we snooze that one time to kick that ad one time back. Push break back? I already did. I took care of it. Slow internet, still internet? Yeah. Oh, right. I kicked all the seeds and everything out of here. Alright, so I gotta go over here to the fertilizer wagon and kick out the fertilizer. Because I don't think it'll even start working if you don't have at least some in there. Go here, kick that out. Drop back here. All right. Yeah, so you can see another damaged patch here where something like a tornado or whatever happened. That's basically what happened there. Let's not worry about that because we don't know how much that's going to cost us yet. What was I thinking? There was something I was thinking, and I'm blanking on what it was. Right, I wanted to, once I get over here to where the seeds are, I want to change the setting we have this to, like again, to tell it to make the size it considers the equipment on here to be smaller. So that if you see here, I'm telling it's a smaller field than it actually, or the working width is smaller than it actually is. And what that should do is it should make narrower passes, so that hopefully we get rid of where we were missing, like little rows because of where the wheels are. And if we do that and it still has the rows, and I'm just accepting it's a thing with the NEXAT to make it like the genuine article in real life, that it does have like the treads along the sides, that maybe it's all the processes they don't have that issue except the cedar. And if that's the way it is, that's the way it is. It's fine. Not the end of the world. Okay, so we are on the field. So just double checking it. It has not updated itself to be different. So we can hand you over. And meanwhile, like I said, I got 2 contracts way to the east where we need this. They'll be equivalent of about 10,000 bucks for me. As I said, way to the east, it's like literally right here. It actually sounds like Tomb's already home. Because I think I hear her downstairs. I'm gonna slow down time. I'm gonna assign you to this. Alright, so these are gonna run around to do this job real fast for me. But what I'm gonna go ahead and do is I'm gonna assume that Tomb's downstairs, and if she's not, well then I'll feel silly. But basically this is my quote-unquote long break for the stream. It's about 5 minutes. Usually just walk downstairs, welcome my wife home from work, and then I just chuck some food in the oven and all that and call it a day. You're planning to use trains in Space Engineer to transport. I didn't realize that Space Engineers had trains. Anyways, I'll be back in a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Oh, good. The clips broke. That's helpful. Well, at least it could have been super long, considering things are still going. My apologies. We had the clips breaking a while, and then it got resolved. So my apologies about the clips getting broken. I forgot to actually manually run the ads. My apologies. So those are gonna happen. That's my fault. I can't really solve it. But that tells you also wasn't very long, considering time-wise not. Alright. So we did just finish this contract. And you look like you're getting done. Yeah, so even though we made the field even narrower, it's still leaving those gaps. So we're just going to accept, if I don't want the gaps, I gotta do it manually. It's fine. I don't think those gaps amount to any meaningful amount of the field. Like, I would imagine it's probably losing 4 or 5% of the potential yield. Which is still annoying, but not annoying enough for me to be like, well, I'll do it manually every single time. And I think that's just the nature of the NEXAT. Which, for the record, is accurate of the actual machine. The actual machine, all of the tools fall inside between those wheels. So everything it does, you just reliably have those paths that the wheels take as a place you don't get crops. But the idea is you get like that, this lane, and then the next lane, and then the next lane. And so when you do your next process, the wheels go right over the same spot, so you don't have to worry about having crop tires or any of these other things, because it's very consistently going to be making the exact same spots it's going to tread over. Yeah, so it's just going to do one more lap around there. You can pick up those. You're doing your thing. Is there any other... Okay, so we finished that field. Give me my money. None of the harvesting contracts are enough for me to care about, and none of the other contracts are enough for me to care about. We can repay those. The greenhouse is doing fine, and the chickens are doing fine. Yeah, then when the NEXAT finishes this field, we can go grab the hoe. We go back over here. We hoe this field, and then I will need to do fertilizer on it the next in-game day. I didn't check again if we need lime, because we might be due for lime. And most likely what I'll do is when we finish this in-game day, is we'll probably do our game switch, because this will be roughly, I would guess, halfway through stream. Even though, like, equipment-wise, the only thing we got today was the slurry thing, I think. It has been still a very productive day when we look at it, because we started with, like, literally maximum debt. Like, we had capped out at $500,000 in the hole, and we're down to about $200,000 in the hole. So that doesn't sound amazing, but I mean, that is still making like $270,000, $280,000 in profit over the course of one stream. And that's without any expansions or doing anything major. Didn't we get something else? Like, not a major thing. I thought, it's fine, whatever. I thought we got a minor thing. It's probably I was just resupplying some stuff. But yeah, no, it was the big thing was we got that slurry tank, so that's one more piece of the NEXAT equipment I don't have to buy. Yeah, because it's... So we have 1, 2, 3 on the vehicle right now, 4, 5 for the harvester, and the slurry thing. There's 12 total things. Yeah, so we got 6 things left. I think the only 2 that are useful for me that are still out there is the cultivator and the weeder, or sprayer. Actually, that's 3 things. But that's fine. So we'll get those sorted soon. The Mechadon achievement. But yeah, and so the games I'm debating between... You know what? I'll probably go ahead and get the poll started, even if it's going to be a little bit till we're actually ready for it. We'll do the poll. which is what are we playing next? Which is we can do the RimWorld Evil Run. Oxygen not included. Cities Skylines 2, since that just had an update like yesterday. Planet Coaster 2, since that also had a bunch of updates since I last played. Is there one more game I want to get on there? I'm not sure I have another game I want to put on there right this second. Stone Shard? Man, Stone Shard keeps having updates. It makes me makes me want to wait till they settle, because they keep having like updates for hotfixes. They just had a major update, my understanding, a couple days ago, and they've been dropping hotfix after hotfix, dealing with bugs from that update. I don't know how prevalent they are or how significant they are, but it is those things when you have that many hotfixes. Like, let me wait till those hotfixes take a pause, that the dust settles. Like Hydroneer, we've done before, but it's one of those things that, like, I've done this stuff in there, but you're kind of just repeating it, and I haven't had an update in a long while. Timberborn we played since the last major update. I'll put Stone Shard on there. What the heck? Alright, so start that poll. Only had a few hotfixes? Well, yeah, no, I don't have a problem with games having a hotfix. It's that my understanding was Stone Shard had a major update, and it's been dropping like hotfix after hotfix after hotfix, which usually tells me that there's a certain amount of roughness with that update, which is fine. But most of the time, I'll usually wait, especially with a new game, until like they get a bunch done. Anyways, if you do not see the poll, update, or like refresh your browser, not update, refresh your browser. It's just a thing. I can't do anything in my end to like kick it over to make you see the poll. But what we've got on that list is we've got doing a RimWorld Evil Run, which is one of the things that we unlocked as part of the subathon. Is just that I would do a run where normally I don't do a lot of the awful things that you can do in RimWorld. We won't be doing necessarily everything, because stuff like the slavery mechanic I have zero interest in. Like, not even like from the moral or ethical side of things. As a mechanic, it's kind of crap. So there's no interest there. We have Oxygen not included, which would be a brand new run. We'll probably do the Ice Planet again. I really liked the Ice Planet, and the only things that change is I do have like the new Cybernetic whatever DLC. I've heard very mixed things about the new DLC, but yeah. And all it said, and we got City Skylines 2, which has had a ton of updates since I last played it. It's supposed to be in a really good place now, where it used to, like when it first released, it had a really rough launch. So, you know, revisiting that would be fun. I've done City Skylines and City Skylines 2 in the past. We've got Planet Coaster 2, which has had a number of updates and hotfixes and changes since it came out. It also released in that. Yeah, no, I like right now with only 3 votes, I don't see that as a deliberate tie. But I do ask people to please not deliberately tie when it comes to game selection, because that means you're artificially inflating a game that less people want to see. And that can be actively harmful to a channel to take something that you don't want to watch and bump it up there. And now that means literally less people tune in because now it's a game that people don't want to watch. Now, it's fine if it ends up as a tie. This isn't me being like, oh, don't do that. But as I know it's a big meme on Twitch to like deliberately tie things, and my ask is please don't. It's fine if you cause a tie. If you genuinely want to see the game, that's totally fine. It's just not to be the hee we made it tie. Because like I said, I do find for decisions of substance, like choosing the game of the channel, it can be bad. Very genuinely, if I had the ability, and this has been an ask I've had for Twitch in a long time, give us the following functionality additions to the poll functionality. 1, let us allow people to have multiple choices. So like, say people are like, I'm into RimWorld and Oxygen not included. I don't know which one I want to see. That you could tick both of those. And it would count for both of those. You know, and also give us the ability to make it so you can't see what what's been voted for until it's done. So that way, again, where people deliberately do the meme ties and all that, you just can't, because you have no you'd have to know what everyone voted to do that. So if you couldn't see the polls in advance, any ties that would happen would definitely be, just something that happened on their own. And it does look like Rimworld is pulling out ahead. So we got Rimworld with 5, Oxygen Not Included with 3, and Planet Coaster with 3, which is cool. All 3 of those would be a brand new run. I mean, actually, literally everything on that list would be a brand new run, just to be clear. I don't, we have a save that's not dead in Rimworld. It was the All Endings run, but we did fail the Ship to the Stars where you caravan. And once you fail it, it's over. You can't do, there's no do-over. So for an All Endings run, while we did get the Anomaly ending and the regular old ship launch ending, because we failed the Ship to the Stars, we will never be able to complete it. So I just went, you know what? It's retired. Because for the challenge side of it, kind of killed that, and I could still follow through with the Arco Nexus, and then the royalty was supposed to be repeatable, but we went 5 in-game years and it didn't come up again. And so I was like, you know what? Never mind. Alright, so it'll be the Rimworld Evil run. That's fine. That sounds like fun. Oxygen Not Included, barely getting beat. But yeah, that'll be fun. So what, like I said, we'll do is we'll finish this in-game day, just that way. Actually, I will put down the fertilizer in-game tomorrow, and then we'll cut that off. And the only reason is because I will absolutely forget that otherwise. So I know how my brain be. If I don't put down the fertilizer, I will forget, and then we'll have a low yield. But that's a pretty quick process, so I'm not super worried. It'll take us 5-10 more minutes. But then we'll switch over, get a brand new Rimworld run starting. We will be doing an Evil run. People who've been around the channel know that genuinely when I play Rimworld, it's not that I don't do anything bad, but for the most part, I'm pretty chill on a lot of that stuff. I usually have a strict no cannibalism policy in my runs, because people be like, oh, you should just do cannibalism. It's no, we haven't made our colony specifically with cannibalism in consideration, or people are all going to melt down, and I deliberately choose not to do that. I also like to do the guilty ideology quite frequently. Not all the time, but quite frequently. Because it can be very strong ideology and a very weak ideology in the same sense. You get lots of bonuses for helping people, but if you don't help people, the penalties get pretty nasty. You just take really, good 7-8 day mood buffs that are not insignificant. So there's a lot of times to be like, we want 1,000 food, and you stare at them being like, you monsters, I have 1,002 food. You literally want me to give you all of my food. And if I say yes, I have no food. And if I say no, all my people throw a fit about it. And you stare at them being like, you jerks. Guilty also really pressures you into taking very suboptimal colonists. Because if they want to join and you say no, then again your people get all pissy about it. And if you say yes, then you have a volatile misogynist pyromaniac in your colony, and you're like, what do I even do with this person? Everybody hates them. So actually, I like the guilty ideology. I put you in those situations where you gotta make those decisions. Versus if you have a colony that's everyone's a psychopath and a cannibal and all that, you just murder people. And your people just don't care. But yeah, so what I'm thinking, we can shop it a little. So far, what I've got on my mind for the Evil run is clearly we're gonna do cannibal. Because that's what people really want to see, is they want to see me do cannibal because I never do it and I push back real hard on it. So we'll definitely have that as one of our memes. I'm also thinking ritualist, because you can do some pretty atrocious things with rituals. And that's one of the only evil things I normally do is I'll de-age, but we're talking stealing skills, all sorts of stuff. I'm also thinking sanguiphage. That we do the sanguiphage, because people know I don't like doing the blood bag thing where we hack off people's limbs and use them as a source of blood. to feed our vampires. And when I say I don't, it's not one of those things I'm going to actively have a bad time or anything. It's, I don't do that as normal gameplay because it's not my, not my preference most of the time. As a one-off, I think it can be a lot of fun. But yeah, we'll do that kind of thing. I probably won't do much as blatant organ harvesting, because that just blows up your wealth and serves very little purpose in this day and age. But I won't be against it if we have a reason, someone gets a lung blown out and I can't heal it. You know, we will acquire a lung. But basically evil with purpose. I'm not gonna go out of my way to shoot children or something just because haha evil. But, you know, if someone if we need an organ, I'll get an organ. If we're hungry and there's people, you know, it's RimWorld. Pragmatically evil. Alright, so we're almost done with this. Then the fertilizer's only 3 passes. I have to do that the next in-game day, and then we'll be right for the Switch. But yeah, so I because also people ask me to do the sanguiphage runs a lot, and my usual pushback as to why I don't do the sanguiphage. One, I find the aggressive trait very obnoxious after a while, but I can live with that. But two, unless you blood bag people, which is where you hack off their limbs and just use them as a source of hemogen, it becomes very manual to keep your vampires from getting angry at everything. So the intention there is going to be that we will be blood bagging, so that's my main complaint just resolved. Alright, so we've already done that end. So we're done hoeing the field. We're gonna park this up. We'll double check to make sure I don't have any outlying problems. We advance the day, we fertilize the field, and then we should be good to do the Switch at that point. Okay. Did we turned in our contract? Cool. That's fine. There's nothing to rate pay there. The chickens are happy. We didn't get some sneaky good sale going in here. So like I said, we'll advance the day. Thank you for the pizza. But I didn't do the thing of being handsome. I'm being credited for the things I did not accomplish. Okay, chickens are happy. I'm not going to worry about the contracts. If there's a good contract, so be it. Do that. Those are fine. Alright. Like I said, I just need to quickly toss the fertilizer on here. I've done this every time. So the issue is, what I'd probably do if we weren't trying to rush these things and I wasn't horrifically in debt, is I would probably just buy fertilizer to fill these both up. It means I'd have, $10,000 just sitting as boxes of fertilizer inside my machines. But from a pragmatic side of it, or from a convenience side, not pragmatism, a convenience side of it, it means I wouldn't have to do this thing where I suddenly run over here and just keep passing back and forth the containers of fertilizer till it's all gone. I think that'll be enough fertilizer. We don't really use much fertilizer. Okay, we got all that. No sales I care about. Yep. So it's just 3-4 passes here real quick, and then it'll be good to switch. And like I said, the only reason I did this is I would absolutely forget next time we played. And that'd be like a 25% reduction in our total yield from the field, which is significant. So that'll be good because we're doing solid on paying down our loan. We're at $225 left, so we paid over half of our loan already this stream, and that's with us also getting the slurry tank for the NEXAT. So that's really solid. A big thing that's helping with that is normally when you play, like, you'll get caught up doing all the contracts because, like, a lot of the contracts you'll be like, oh man, I can get like $4,000 out of that. But you realize that just taking the time to work your way to like the next stage in your own field, where you get to keep all of the money from it, is just more money. Now that said, those contracts that you get like one field you could do for like $7,000-8,000, that is a relatively fast process. Those are where the real money's at. You get caught off with the plow ones though. The plow ones are actually not that bad time to money. They're just annoying because the plow is a little annoying to, like, when you do your turnarounds and all that. Because you can take the time to like flip it from one side to the other and you just have to wait on it. It's not that big a deal. It's just another thing. One thing I didn't realize happened in this game until now is the fact that these fields are changing what crops are growing every year, and I have no idea how the AI chooses what they're growing each time. Like, it's cool that it does that, because like some years it'll be sorghum, some years it'll be like oats or whatever, and I just didn't know that was the thing they did. I thought it was just like literally it was a carrot field, it's gonna be a carrot field. Because I, as the player, do that. I, as the player, stick to one crop in my field until I have a very strong reason to stop using that. You got all the NEXAT stuff? Not all of it. I've got more than half, or I think I have more than half of it by like one item. Because I've got the hopper and the seeder for seeding. I've got the NEXAT. I've got the hopper and the harvester for that. And then I've also got the slurry tank. I don't have the actual slurry header. I picked it up on sale. So not bad though. Yeah, no, we're making good time. What's a Karen field? I have no idea what you're talking about. Crop rotation is important in real life. Yeah, no, in real life it's important that you have to be. You don't have to. It can be very beneficial to do a crop rotation, so you don't have to rely as heavily on chemical fertilizer. Ah, yeah, no, a carrot field. Yeah, no, I said a carrot field, not a Karen field. That's the reason I was like, Karen field's like, where did that come from? Yeah, no, basically, it's just, I was under the impression that the AI, once they decided I'm putting whatever in that field, that's what they put in that field. I'm gonna dump the fertilizer right there. And I'm not going to advance the day, which I normally do before I wrap up. Because if I advance the day, then I'll have to deal with, like, the eggs. And again, with, like, the egg kind of thing, then I'll be like, oh no, I should drop off the eggs before, you know, we do the next thing, because I'll forget. And then after I do that, I'll want to advance the day, and then it'll be December, and I'll be like, oh no, I should sell the barley before I forget, and then we've been playing for an extra hour. Alright, so with that said, what's going to end up happening, if you are over on YouTube, what's going to happen is the stream is going to go down for you for a couple of minutes as I switch games and all that good stuff, and that's fine, but I'm going to go ahead and do that real fast, so you're just going to drop off. If you're over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, because we are going to be switching games over to RimWorld, where we are going